Thanks again for joining us in today's session. I will now pass the floor to Dr. Latif. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Tew. Assalamualaikum. A very good it's a very good morning there. I'm currently in Australia and I'm going live, and it's afternoon here and it's 10 a.m. in Malaysia. Thank you very much, INTI International University, for inviting me for today's event, and thank you very much for the kind introduction, Prof. Tew. And it's also very nice to see you, Prof. Roberto. It's been a while since I've last met you as well. And thank you for the kind introduction. Internationalization is a topic that we're talking about extensively these days. What used to be very familiar or common to us has now taken a drastic change. Drastic measure had to be taken. And being a director of an International Relations Center, the past 2 years was a complete shift as to how we handle internationalization at campus. Previous definitions had to be reworked. Strategies had to be redefined and reconceptualized. Modus operandi had to be changed at the same time. So what we can see through the International Higher Education Conference organized by INTI International University is for us to be able to sit and gather and discuss about the issues and also the best practices or challenges that each university or representatives had faced and gone through. As Professor Tew have actually mentioned, we've got 6 excellent panel speakers to be sharing their inputs and insights. So without further ado, I would firstly like to invite Associate Professor Kwong Chiu Fong, the Head of Department of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, University of Nottingham in China, to give your presentation. Now, we are allowing 10 minutes for each panel speakers to present their slides, and after that, it'll be followed by, after all 6 have presented, it will be followed with Q&A, yeah? Okay, so Associate Professor Kwong, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Latif. So do let me know if you cannot hear me. There's a lot of device settings over here. So I will just share my screen. Just hang on a second. Dr. Latif, please let me know if you can see the slides.
We can see the slides and you sound loud and clear there. Thank you.
Okay, bro. Excellent. Okay. So thank you, the organizer, for having me. So when the organizer approached me to ask me to be a panel member for this conference, and I was thinking, what can I contribute? Then when I look back at the campus that we have over here, the University of Nottingham, that one of our strengths is what we call a tri-campus model. In fact, to the point that our official logo, if you can see here, we even put the location of the campus that we are in now. So of course this is not without challenges. So what I will do is that I'll just introduce very quickly what are our University of Nottingham are doing. And then I will just go quickly to deliberate the challenges and what are our experience that we have as a food of thought. Probably we can discuss more either in the Q&A session or in the roundtable discussion later. So the University of Nottingham is not really a new university, but is one of the earliest university that received the what we call a royal charter in the UK itself. So it's situated in Nottingham, in the city of Nottingham. Anybody who know Robin Hood, definitely you know Nottingham. They have about 3 campuses. The main campus is what we call the University Park campus. This is where the iconic, what we call a Trent building that you can see over here. And in 2004, in the year 2000, they first opened the campus in Malaysia. And subsequently in 2004, they actually opened a campus in the what we call in China. So in China, it is known as what we call the Sino-Foreign Cooperation University. So there's a lot of model of cooperation, but our model is more of a full campus model. And of course, in any other institution, when you go to another country, you need to have a local partner. So we have our local partner called the Zhejiang Wanli Education Group. So they have their own university called the Wanli University, which is situated not so far away from our campus over here. And so yeah, as you can see that these are the three campuses. What we are looking here is what we call our iconic building, a tram building. In Malaysia campus also we call this as a tram building. So do the in China. We also call this as a tram building. Just to so in fact the name tram is like our form of a branding of the university. In fact, the logo itself, the castle itself, probably is actually pretty much represents the university. In UK, we have about 35,000 students, both undergraduate and postgraduate. In Malaysia campus, we have about 4,500 students, and in China, we have about 8,500 students. Hopefully, in the next few years, that we can expand this further because we're going to have another campus here in Ningbo. We have about 490 academics in 3 of the faculties. There's one thing that distinguishes us from the domestic Chinese university is that we have about 65% of our colleagues who are academicians and they are internationals. So this is very important, especially if we want to talk about the drawing the experience of the internationalization. Now, international, what I mean here is really international. I'm not talking about 50% of us are from UK or a Western country. I'm talking about global. We are truly a global citizen over here. We got about nationalities, about close to about 45 countries around the world. Of course, we have like 3 faculties and 1 what we call English language center, because you have to understand that majority of our students are Chinese students, and they learn basics, everything in Chinese, and then when they come here, it's a totally different experience. So they have to go through what we call the preliminary year, where they relearn everything what they learn in the foundation in English. So we have an English center, and obviously English center we have a lot more international stuff. So just to briefly describe what are the key features of this university. I actually travel around the world, and when I say that I'm from University of Nottingham, they say, oh yeah, okay, yeah, it's quite a well-known university, especially in the UK itself. And then I say, but I'm actually a staff from the China campus in Ningbo. So they actually asked me, so do you conduct your lectures or your conversation in Chinese? So the answer is no. The first language here, at least within this campus, is English. To the point that the food vendor that actually comes into this campus should be able to speak at least very, very rudimentary and basic English. We are in a British-style education, so we are looking into small classes. We go into discussion groups. We have seminars. We are promoting ourselves as what we call a research-led university. Sorry, research-led teaching. Of course, University of Nottingham is what we call a Russell Group in the UK, which is equivalent of the Ivy League in the US, where almost about 60 to 70% of our 60 to 70% of the research in the UK is come from the Russell Group, and we have what we call a personal tutorial systems. So this is a very much British-like. And academic staff, teaching material. This one, as I probably might want to discuss a little bit further later. When we first started, a lot of teaching materials are from Nottingham, but we already about close to 20 years of in China, so we are starting to have our own materials. And what we do is that we have some sort of a parity for three campuses. So quality assurance and degrees, they will be it's actually UK-based quality assurance. So just a quick one. I hear the bell already. So this will be a very good food of thought for discussions. So we have a lot of challenges. How do we integrate the UK system into the Chinese Ministry of Education recognized system? And I'll repeat again, recognized system. So we are a little bit different from the domestic university system itself. I say a little bit different, right? Just to qualify this. The other thing is about branch campus versus tri-campus model. So the question is that who is the boss? Is it UK is the boss, or Malaysia campus, or China campus is the boss? So I can probably describe this a little bit later. Different mentality and different expectations. As you know that we are in the different bubble. So the Chinese mentality in approaching things are different from us internationally. Think globally and act locally. This is also very important especially when we talk about standardization. And the other thing is about how do we maintain the parity between these three of these campuses. We would like to usually tell people that we are Trinity within these three campuses. That remains debatable. I will prepare to have a discussion later. And of course, we adopt accreditation from the UK, especially in the science and engineering, where most of our programs are accredited by the respective institutions under the Engineering Council of UK. So this is where we can maintain standardization. So I leave it back to Dr. Latif. So that is my presentation. Hopefully it will be a very good food of thought for our roundtable discussion later. Back to you, Dr. Latif.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Kwong Chiu Fong. Thank you for the introduction to the global campus. I think you've shared some great insights, particularly who is the boss. It's quite challenging when everyone, has an idea of how to govern, and each country having their own, policies and ministries. And we would love to hear more on the story of Nottingham's global campus in going into different countries with different cultural elements and different way of governance as well. So thank you very much, Professor Kwong. Now, for our second presenter today, we would like to invite Dr. Agong Efrio Hadi, the Vice Chancellor of Universitas Abuyatama Indonesia, with the presentation titled Post-Pandemic Internationalization at Home of Higher Education and the Perspective of the Program of Merdeka Belajar, Campus Merdeka. Dr. Agong, the virtual floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Agung from Universitas Abuyatama from Aceh. Aceh is the west part of Indonesia in Sumatra Island. It is very happy I'm here to share about internationalization at home. My topic is post-pandemic internationalization at home, perspective and program of Merdeka Belajar Campus Merdeka. The program is launched by our Menteri MOA of Indonesia. Next. We know the pandemic influenced nearly all aspects of life, say the United Chiefs say that the killings the world since World War II. For example, in Aceh, start from 2 local area until in the peak COVID, almost every place in Aceh be converted to be a red zone, and it's many challenge to people movement and do the activity of the life. And the next. Actually, in government of Indonesia also make many improvement to make study in university can be continue for as long as pandemic period. The point of the requirement of the made by higher education is all campus must be follow the instruction of the task force of the COVID and the campus want the campus try to modify their process of the learning by online or use any IT model like WhatsApp, and because the area in Aceh is still many blank area from the internet infrastructure. And the next. The constant question of the pandemic of COVID-19, the issue is whether the pandemic will provide a moment for the internationalization at home to flourish, given the mobility which already involve only the privileged few. Yeah, because the issue of the infrastructure. So only some student, only some area when serviced by the internet, and it's the problem to the how the student can follow the continue to the study. And the next. There are too many things that must consider as a university management, continue meaning learning process in higher education, and the ongoing COVID pandemic, entering the transition period to the normal, the limited opportunity for physical mobility. So international at home has a strong role than effort to help students develop the interpersonal and intercultural competency. Solving the problem post the pandemic is a learning process, and it is be a challenge today. Okay, the next. Yeah, international mobility experience a crucial mean for students to develop valuable 21st century skill. The world post-pandemic COVID is believed to have many changes in all aspects of life. Making a fair, many people in the world will be studying students to be better prepared face to the future. So the Go International can be start use the internationality at home. Not mass student moving to the other country or many aspects. So they can have international experience. They can see the how to learning in international academic by the online. Okay, the next. Yeah, next. It is the our campus in Aceh. Yeah, the Abu Yatama is established in 1984, but still maintained until now because many, you know, the problem in Aceh is Gerakan Aceh Merdeka. It's a conflict in Aceh. So start this after this pandemic, we try to open the student being global view to have international experience. Okay, the next. Yeah, it's the same with the Ministry of Education in Indonesia. They launched the program Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. It's the launch in January 2020, and it's the time is off.
No, you have 2 more minutes. Actually, you have 2 more minutes.
Okay, 2 more minutes. Okay, the next. The point is how to make the campus have new experience in internationalization view. Okay, the next. Next. Yeah. You know, the Indonesia population is 270.20 million, and there are 4,593 camp institution, higher institution. So it's an opportunity to have internationalization at home in campus in Indonesia. Why internationalization matter for higher education institution? Yeah, because it can increase national and international visibility, and then leverage institutional strength and strategic partnership, enlarge the academic community. It in which to benchmark their activity, mobilize internal intellectual resource, and add important contemporary learning outcome to the student. Develop stronger research group. I think that's a final summary. The changing global and national environment in higher education internationalization emerged and nature, together with the distrust pandemic of COVID-19, have created new conditions for policymaker, practitioner, and research for the reconceptualization and implement internationalization during and after pandemic. Indonesia higher education institution will have more opportunity to evaluate and practical in internationalization home by implementation of program Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. I think enough. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Agong. It's a benchmark to a lot of countries with regards to the Campus Merdeka activities and programs that your ministry has done. And it's definitely an eye-opening game changer in terms of how we can see the potential of internationalization at home, and how we can strengthen higher education institutions to prepare themselves for new opportunities. So Dr. Agong, thank you very much for your presentation. I would now like to invite Dr. Bhavna Sharma, and Officer Director for the Modal Officer and International Programs of Amity Business School. And your presentation will be focusing on the Amity broad-based goals on internationalization. So the brand Amity is always is very, very visible in the global higher education scenario. So we would just love and be honored to hear from your presentation. I present you the virtual floor, Dr. Bhavna Sharma.
Thank you so much. I just check on if I'm audible.
Loud and clear.
And
the slide is working well as well. Thank you.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. It's a very good morning, all the dignitaries here on the dais, virtually though we are connecting. And here on the screen, as you could see, the campus from where I'm connecting today, Amity University, Mumbai. So very good morning to one and all listening to and participating in this great initiative of International Higher Education Conference 2022. I'm so delighted today to present and to be a part of the Roundtable 3, wherein I will be covering the internationalization at home in this conference and some of the agenda pointers, which I had already shared yesterday. But then, yes, for the audience to talk on, I would be in this coming 10 minutes, I would be focusing on introducing that how Amity had kept up the broad-based goals on the internationalization, and how about our accreditation and ranking processes for internationalization, supporting internationalization, and of course, how do we enhance curriculum, global exposures, project certain linkages. And here, if I talk on, yes, I'm sure as a moderator has already talked on that we are on the global front, and it's not a new name coming together, but yes, my responsibility to present some of the facts at a glance. So we host, it's a global education group, Amity University, a global education group established over 3 decades ago in India and abroad by our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan. And today this research-driven group is a home to over 150 most brilliant students, wherein we are offering programs from PhD from pre-nursery to PhD level all across, and diverse in discipline from management, engineering, and even to nuclear sciences. And some of the facts I had already listed up here in the slides. These are some of the campuses here in India. Across the globe, we are presenting in some of the recognition and accreditation what we hold right now at Amity University. Some of the specific recognitions and accreditations what have been listed here as per internationalization is concerned. Yes, we are AACSB accredited, even IACBE. So all of this just talk on the some of the facts which are known and have been given to us by the accreditation board. So when we talk on at Amity, would be focusing on introducing some of the innovative models what we follow for the internationalization. So in this at Amity, particularly if we talk on, we believe in experiential learning. And it is beyond the classrooms to facilitate learners in acquiring the cultured education. So which are planned up to serve the future leaders and the requirements. So as you could see, some of the innovative models what in our education programs, what we had developed are the study abroad programs, 3 continents, global study programs, the tutoring programs, the certificate programs too, some integrated programs too, and internship abroad program. So I would be talking on few of these as time is limited. So I'll be going quickly on each of these. So study abroad programs, it's open to all Amitians, and it's offered 3 times in a year and compulsorily twice in a year. So any Amitian would want to opt for the international exposure with even at home. They are. It is very much possible with this study abroad program. So in this global experiential learning environment and platform is what we are looking ahead with these programs. So 3 continents when we offer, what we are offering here at Amity University in these disciplines. So students get to learn in India, USA, and UK. When we talk on that at India itself, there are measures what we had planned up, especially for those students who want to take up the degrees from the home institution. So these special sessions are being arranged for these 3 continent students from UK and US with our global campuses. and exposures, learnings, projects, internships, all of these are being presented to them. Virtual internship I'm talking about. So in all of the domains, as you could see it from my slide, management, engineering, commerce, psychology, 3 continent programs are being offered for it. Another program what we offer at Amity University is Amity's Global Study Program. So in this, it's a gateway to get the prestigious foreign universities degree with the legacy of Amity. So that's again one of its kind, what is being offered to the student to take up the learning by, say, combining up the Amity excellence and of course the degrees from the foreign university partners. We have near about 150 university partners across the globe with whom we have partnered, especially for the in this, we are offering programs in management, engineering, and all of the domains, as you could see it, even in food technology and biotechnology. A study internship abroad program is specifically designed for those students wherein we would want them to take up the cross-cultural orientation, and we want our students to be sensitized on the foreign economies and societies. So especially with this broad objective in mind, the internship abroad program and study abroad programs are being designed, and in this every semester student opt for it. So some of the success story also I had listed out in the slide, as you could make out. Another program what we offer is the India Immersion Program, wherein Amitian can students who are participating in India Immersion Program can aspire, participate and experience the Amity's best and salient feature with this immersion program. So it is conducted absolutely on a virtual mode. Some courses are there as a non-credit courses also. Some sessions and webinars are being planned by the industry expert in it, along with the meditation, yoga, and of course highlighting the spiritualism, cultural tradition and wisdom of Indian spiritualism. It's the main focus in these programs. So another one is, these are just the few success story. I thought that you all would be delighted to know on as the bell has ringing. So I'll be like quickly going on and making you all aware of. It is the UKRE Mobility Program, especially designed to ensure that yes, the rigorous short-term mobility opportunities are provided to the international graduate student. These are some of the opportunities, and quickly I'll go through some of the worlds of opportunity what are being offered at Amity University with our exciting training programs, and that's too with the top of the brands across the globe. These are the certificate program what a student can opt for by opting it right from in India by partnering it with our university global partners. So in UK, Australia, USA, some of the opportunities in Canada are being provided. This I so far had talked on that how are we giving at the program level. Let me talk on that international lecture series, what are being organized for the Amity. And these international lecture series are the regular part, are the integral and the regular lecture parts of our curriculum, where an ambassador lecture series are being planned. And as I'm quickly going through the slides because of the paucity of the time, so just permit that wherein I would want to show you that yes, this is how the ambassador lecture series and best to best learning is being provided to our students through the international luminaries as well. And these are from the leading brands and universities across the globe, and they are the leading academicians too. And our students are greatly benefited from all of these international luminaries and ultimately making the best practical experiences for our students at Amity University. So I just want to end up my presentation by saying that yes, Amity, we are pioneering in disseminating the education in place, and we would continue to build a brand and we would continue to build the society as well to meet up the demand of the ever-growing professionals across the globe. Thank you.
Amazing, Dr. Bhavna Sharma, to see that level of networking is, all the, if I could see the world map, I can see all the lines associating Amity University with the global partners. And definitely we've learned so many new things and so many approaches that your university is doing, and it's making it smart in the global frontier. So congratulations on that. And we look forward to ask you some questions as well.
Thank you. Sure.
Okay, all right. Our next presenter, panelist, is Associate Professor Zoe Fei, also known as Price Chow, and he is the president of Shinawatra University, Thailand. And the presentation, I'm excited to hear about the presentation as well, as I have a PhD student who's also doing on a similar subject matter, which I'm going to introduce you to her, Associate Professor Price Chow. With the title of the presentation, Journey to the South, a case study of Chinese PhD student in Malaysian universities, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Latif. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, so can you see that?
Great.
Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Price Chow and I'm from Shinawatra University. We are the exclusive universities who has contained around 1,000 students, and we are one of the best small HEI, which means higher education institutions in Thailand. And here is my topic. And thanks to the previous speakers, they give us a more wild perspective and allow me to introduce my topics more narrowly. We focus on the motivation to study to a Chinese PhD student in a Malaysian university. And here is some background. So as far as we know, China has already been the largest outflow of international students. And in 2020, more than 5.6 million international students of China were studying in 110 nations of the world. And the proportion of the Chinese students studying abroad is the highest in several nations. And among these, the need of the PhDs in mainland of China has rapidly increased due to our economic growth. So a lot of PhD students are acquiring their study abroad. According to others, according to our surveys, most of them are acquiring their PhDs in like America, Britain, or some other developed Western countries, but there do a bunch of studies who prefer Malaysia as their destiny. And according to our survey, why study in Malaysia? Here are more 4 reasons we can see in our survey. One is internationally recognized education, affordable opinion for international students, one of the safest nations in the world, and world's most biodiverse regions. These 4 are considered like a poor factor for the motivation for the PhD students study in Malaysia. And according to the data, as we can see from 2016 to 2020, the number of mainland Chinese students are increasing from more than 5,000 students to 16,000 students. And the ratio of mainland Chinese to international students also increased more tribal from 5% to around 70%. But according to the COVID-19 pandemic, the world put a pause on the world. And so we can see from the intake from 2019 to 2021, the figure are not estimated as the Malaysian government, who they will think they will take 250,000 international students by 2025. At the meantime, almost half of private higher education institutions in Malaysia are operating at a loss, and 34 of them are closed temporarily or permanently. Our research is based on a university XYZ. This university have a good reputation in mainland China, and he has increased his postgraduate students in 2000 since 2019. And another more reason is that a lot of Malaysian Chinese teaching staff were working in this institution, and we think that is one of the attractions to attract a PhD student of China to acquire their study there. And we interviewed a female PhD student of Celeste. She took enroll in May 2015, and she studied her PhD in China since COVID-19's knockdown. And she is executive staff in university in mainland China and has 7 years of working experience along with 7 years of PhD study. For the reason she chose Malaysian universities, one is because, as we talk about, University XYZ got a reputation from in China, and she got recommended from her colleagues. And another reason for choosing Malaysia because of the relatively cheaper tuition fee compared with the studying in Britain or American. And they take Malaysian because they thought there are many Chinese, which means Malaysian Chinese. The culture there is friendly and the communication barrier is low. And she also, for the most interesting thing that she also mentioned her English is not so good. This is one of the general idea for almost all the Chinese PhD students. Most of them think their English is not so good. And for the relationship with her and her supervisor, they do keep imitative relationship, and she really has got help with her supervisor and along with the help with the university and her research mates. She mentioned that this give her a sense of belonging. But as we all mentioned before, all the Chinese students seems like a lack of self-confidence and have a cold feet to do a lot of things. So she always said that she evaluates herself like a rookie and getting used to taking a step back to make an observation. She seems quite confident that she can pass her PhD study, though she already been 7 years. And she might change her research areas because she's from business background, switching to engineering background. That might the main course she delayed her graduation, and she's considering to switch it back. So from the review of Celeste, we can find that she is highly relying on communicating with her supervisor in Chinese, which she shouldn't, because English must be the main tool she used for study and communication, especially in the research areas. And next thing is that she is trying to keep by work, which means she will try to keep her work and study at the same time, which make the time management very essential. But actually, she's not good in self-discipline. So this already caused some trouble for her physical and psychological status. And she already jeopardized her study, and she must think a way out, which she must keep more imitate for her supervisor. So let's get to the conclusion. Since we indicate that the MCPS, which is mainland China PhD students, They were quite hard to study, to keep us study, but due to the COVID-19 pandemic, they have to stay at home, which makes their communication and study more inefficient. And the PhD study must keep the more regular contact interaction between the supervisor and the student. Nothing beats face-to-face interaction between a student and her PhD supervisor. So as we can find out in our study that COVID-19 do take to give a very terrible effect on every side of higher education internationally. So that is my study. Thank you all. I will head back to Dr. Retief.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Joffe, also known as Price Chow. Thank you very, very much for that presentation. It's very, very important for students to be able to adapt in a new place. And at times it could just be academic, it could be a lot of other things that they've got to adapt to. And that's part of a challenging situation of doing a PhD. Now, one way in helping out students to deal with issue and problems is what our next panel is an expert of. Maybe we can introduce your students or your respondents to Madam Anita Adnan, Associate Professor Joffe. So maybe they would be able to learn and gather support, which is very important in doing a PhD. I think that's what I learned during my PhD. It's a roller coaster ride, yeah? There are good times, there are bad times, and that's usually after you meet your supervisor. You might be even more confused, and that's why the next group that has been led by Madam Anita Adnan is very important. The doctorate support group. The existence of the doctorate support group is supposed to assist PhD students in dealing with life as a PhD student and how to do research and write their thesis. So I would now like to invite Madam Anita Adnan to share the doctorate support group experience in promoting internationalization at home. Please do.
Thank you so much, Dr. Latif. Let me share my screen. Yeah. Okay. Confirm with me that you can see my screen.
Currently it's blank, but we can see something there. I can't see it. I'm not sure if others. It's just a white. Okay, now I can see the doctorate support group.
Yeah. Can you see the slide?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Latif, for introducing us. And also, I'm very honored and humble, but honored but yet humbled to be among all of you distinguished academics and scholars. And I'm here to actually give you another perspective on how we currently manage this huge group with 96,000 members. And although most of them are Malaysian students, 80% of them are Malaysian postgraduate, but we are seeing more international students joining us as well. Yeah. Before that, Dr. Latif, I'm so proud to say that I am an alumni of UKM. I was a product of Faculty of Education. Did my TESOL there. Yeah, and then I did my master's in UUM, and then I actually had the opportunity to travel to Nottingham, UK, for my attempted PhD. But that was when everything started to happen, and doctorate support group actually started because of my I would say challenging experience doing postgraduate education in another country, away from friends and away from family. So we started DSG in 2010, and the reason why we created that is because I am so far away. I need to connect to my friends in Malaysia, and that we started with only 100 members in the beginning. But then after that, years went on, and then I had to come back to Malaysia because my supervisor passed away. But then, I had to readjust my life. And currently now I'm actually writing my DBA thesis with IUMW in Malaysia. So my sharing today is all about how we can actually get help and how we can actually connect with a lot of friends and supervisors and also potential, I would say, potential people that can help us. So I'm renaming this slide as how DSG is managing postgraduates journey and experience virtually via a closed Facebook group, right? Okay, so the overview is we're going to explain a bit about us, DSG team, and the impact that we're making, the vision, the plan, and also how to contact us if needed. So currently we are at 96,567, and the members are increasing day by day when they know that there's actually a group, you know, to come and join the online group on Facebook. And we are becoming a one-stop center to connect postgraduates to all products and services, or even supervisors, you know, research grants, whatever, you name it, all kinds of information will come to me, and then we will then share it to our group. And then luckily we were actually selected to be one of the community accelerator program in Facebook, and we just finished actually yesterday, but we were coached and guided by the Facebook team on how to manage and how to build the community. And it is very interesting to see that there are other communities who are also very active and very dynamic, and education is just a small part of it. Can you believe me? There are other communities that doing help to help single moms, you know. There are many, but only us, we are currently the biggest group for higher education in Facebook. And this is actually the closing ceremony yesterday. So all of us, I think 19 communities from Malaysian, from Asia Pacific cohort. So these are all of us. And we actually wrapped up the program yesterday, but there are more work to be done. Yeah. So I'm going to be sharing with you what have we been doing in DSG, so that, you know, you can get some ideas on how you can do this together too. So this is the impact of what we have, you know, reported to Facebook. We started the program, although the SG was started in 2010, but the program guided by Facebook, we started in August. So ever since then, we have been getting very strong interest. Yeah, members love to join the group simply because when you are on Facebook, you are being yourself, and you are, you know, you feel very comfortable, right, engaging with friends of similar minds. So we are currently here, and we are aiming to have 100K by the end of this year, hopefully, right? And these are some of the testimonials. So you want to see this, you have to come to the SG. I'll give the link later, or you simply type the SG Doctorate Support Group in Facebook. Everybody will come and cheer each other, you know, especially during convocation time. And that will actually give motivation for you. I can also do this, you know. And looking at all the photos, it is so overwhelmingly positive. And, you know, we like to keep the group positive, and we like to help them. If there are problems, we ask them, okay, perhaps you can contact us and see us, you know, see how we can help, right? And among the very touching stories, this is one that I would like to share. This is a COVID survivor, right? And he managed to graduate with the support of all of us. When he came and said, I'm feeling a bit lost and I'm feeling a bit lonely. Can you cheer me up? So he suddenly graduated and came back to the SG to share the stories. And this is a very touching moment for us, especially the team, yeah, of the SG. And actually, to have a journey of PhD is you just need to be consistent and not be distracted, yeah, by other things. So the impact that we're making right now, we are currently under, because of the program in Facebook, we have to now come up with a real impact. So we have decided to choose 500 members to track. Yeah. So for example, when you begin your master's or PhD, start with us and see how far you will go, you know, after 2 years or 3 years. And then when we only run webinars in Facebook group, there are a lot of members who said that, wow, you know, webinars in Facebook is so friendly. We can actually attend and the recording is there. If we miss it, we can simply watch it. So I am also suggesting all universities, all private and public universities or colleges start using Facebook Live webinars, and then you can link them to us, you know, because we can then showcase them in the SG. And we have been doing that actually. So I am so proud to say that international education is already happening in DSG because of our contact and network. And they will simply send me, okay, this is the live session of something, and we just put it there, right? And also because we have to live, right, to eat, and we are able to monetize the group by selling software sales. So we are currently among the I would say one of the resellers for software, research software in Malaysia. So from January to March, this is the numbers that I reported to Facebook, you know, because they gave us funding for us to do activities, and the value of the software sales is increasing at the moment. And just to share with you, we are giving back to the community by also inviting those who graduated but not yet have a job, right? Because there are so many PhD holders in Malaysia right now. So they are joining us as affiliate or agents selling the software. So they are making money online, on Facebook, sharing expertise and also how to use the software. Yeah. Okay, and so our vision is to become a one-stop center for postgraduates' needs. And when we say that, we want people to come to us, tell us the problem, let us know how we can help, because we kind of have the resources, yeah, by connecting with all, you know, established universities, private entities, industrial partners, and we are becoming one, yeah. And at the moment, we actually developing our own website, and we are having our online academy very soon. We also have mentorship, where we have thesis coaches, where when you're stuck with your thesis, so we'll find coaches for you, yeah, to help you. And sometimes from my own experience, the stuck is just one bit, but for you to unravel, you know, what is it the problem? You need someone to actually see it from a different perspective and also talk to your supervisors, right, on how to actually manage the problem. And we're having marketplace as well. Marketplace is where we register all the freelancers, all the providers. When you have something related to postgraduate, come and talk to us, and then we'll have the 96,000 members go into the marketplace and get all your services and provided. And obviously we are asking for grants more, yeah, from Facebook. This is actually the slide that I shared with a Facebook team. Right, so perhaps it's best if I can show the real group, if I can. So we like to think that the SG is a space for academic community doing research, and we also create conversations that matter. So let me go to the group, if I may, because this is the group that you want to join right now. So this is the link. I'll definitely put this somewhere later in the chat. This is the group, and you can see we have lots and live webinars, you know, and I am now able to invite software founders to come and share their software. And then, you know, there are so many things happening here. And if you go to the media, you get to see all the interesting photos, you know, of graduation, which makes sometimes you feel, you know, I wish I'm there. You know, everybody is keep saying to me, Anita, keep the photos coming, because this is where, you know, we'll be motivated, you know, to continue with the journey. So that's it. And to wrap up, right, I think I would like to invite all partners, you know, whoever you are, public, private universities, industrial partners, you know, anyone, come and use the facilities provided by Facebook, simply because we have been doing it for 10, 12 years now without any grant. When we started, it's zero. Everything is done with our team, a small team of 5. And then everything is done by a mobile phone, if you believe me. And that's the reason why it's so easy to do, because we are all on mobile phone these days. And whenever people join, whenever people have problem, we connect them to you know, people who can help. So also in this presentation, I would like to mention a special mention to Prof. Amran Rasli, yeah, who has introduced me to this team, to IHEC, and also he is also a well-known professor in our group. Also, perhaps this is another one. We are reserving this group for international students, but it looks like everyone loves to join the big DSG. This is actually our international community with only 14,000 members, but everybody thinks, let me just join, you know, the bigger group, because this is where the conversation is, yeah? So that's it. And I do hope that we can work together. I believe that social media is huge. A huge space in social media, and we are currently with TikTok, with Instagram, and with Twitter as well. However, Facebook remain as our main platform because of the age bracket. Everybody is on Facebook 24/7 almost every day. So that's it, Dr. Latif. Thank you so much. I will just end my presentation here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Anita. Inspiring, motivating, and such a great support group. I wish I had this during my PhD. I can assure you it was a lonely process at that time because only you knew what was going on. And I think quite some of the panelists are also agreeing with me here. You know, it's just you and your subject matter and your thesis. At times it can be a lonely journey. And having support groups as this actually, you know, allows you to understand that there are people out there who's going through the same journey with you and will support one another. And I think that's such a noble thing to do, and that's such an inspiring thing to do. And for you to be able to incorporate with Facebook in terms of the activities, and that's a way forward, and that's something that just puts you know, so much potential in what our social media can offer. So thank you very much, Madam Anita, and I wish you all the best with your journey as well. Okay,
thank you.
Our last speaker, our last panelist for today, Professor Muhammad Zaki Kamsa, who is the chair of the Advancement Division, Department of Deputy Vice Chancellor Development of University Technology Malaysia. And the topic is internationalization of curriculum towards global recognition. There's a lot of different ideas, different thoughts here, and all in the mode of promoting internationalization at home. The virtual floor is yours, Prof. Muhammad Zaki.
All right, okay, thank you very much, Dr. Latif. Assalamualaikum and good morning, everybody, and good afternoon to our moderator. Okay, let me share my slide first. Can I share my slide? Okay, can you see my slide now?
Not on my part, no. Yeah.
So what happened?
Can you share again?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, we can see the slide now. Yeah. If you could put it on share view, yeah.
All right.
All right, great. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have been listening this morning with regard to internationalization. And my topic is very much particular, focusing on curriculum issues. Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator, for introducing me. So beside my official job at the University Technology Malaysia, so I'm also the chair for the SULAM Strategic Committee at the Ministry of Higher Education. So SULAM stands for Service Learning Malaysia. Okay, so it's a pedagogy, it's a method of teaching. Only we rebrand it in Malaysia and we call it as SULAM, Service Learning Malaysia. Right, next. Okay, this is an overview of my talk. So I'll talk about what is internationalization of curriculum is all about and why is it important and how do we implement it and what are the challenges. Because when we talk about internationalization, okay, most of the time we're talking about sending our students abroad. And that opportunity is only applied for a small minority. So what happened to the majority of the student? Okay, so if we can internationalize our curriculum, so it means the majority of the student, all of the students, okay, will get the intercultural and international perspective and experiences as well. So let's refer to the definition given by the expert in the field, Professor Betty Lisk. So she said, internationalization of the curriculum is the incorporation of international, intercultural, as well as the global dimensions into the content of the curriculum, as well as the learning outcomes, the assessment, the teaching methods, as well as the support services of a program of study. So in other words, when we talk about the internationalization of the curriculum, so we're talking about the learning outcomes. So meaning to say the existing program, if you look at the learning outcomes, whether or not is it the program level or at the course level, are there any statements talking about intercultural or international? So that's our concern. We talk about the content as well. So how much international issues is being discussed, how much students covered issues from around the globe, the teaching and learning activities, as well as on the assessment, i.e. to check whether or not the thing that we have mentioned in our learning outcomes is really assessed, and the student can testify that by looking at their achievement in the assessment. And when we talk about internationalization of the curriculum, so it is not just a matter of having one elective course or elective subjects in the whole curriculum, okay, where it's only applied for a small minority of a student. But when we talk about internationalizing the curriculum, it means the curriculum is meant for everybody. Everybody will have the opportunity to learn about internationalization, okay, at home. And it is a planned and systematic way, okay, in such a way that it is not depending on any individual lecturer. Okay? Probably in one particular class or in one particular semester, there are several sections of a particular class, and there are probably 3 or 4 lecturers teaching the same subject or the same course, and probably just only one subject or one lecturer introducing the international aspects or international perspective in the course. No, so that's not internationalization of the curriculum. So I don't think I need to elaborate more the importance of internationalization of the curriculum, because when we talk about internationalization per se, so it is very important for everybody, especially when talking about the global village nowadays, the diverse community, just look people around us, not just in any university, but in our community. So we have many races, especially in Malaysia. It's a multiracial country, and as well on top of that, we have other races as well, or other people from other parts of the world in our country. So these different individuals will have different understandings, different approaches, and different values, different ways of looking at things. So it is a very diverse. So if you can bring all of them together, so that will enrich our students. And another point on critical thinking. So this is the generic skills or the skill which I reckon that everybody is talking about among our students. So we need to improve on their critical thinking. So with the various backgrounds, various viewpoints, so that will enrich again the ways of our student thinking on certain issues and certain problems. Knowledge development and application, different backgrounds, different experiences. So certain knowledge or certain fundamental issues probably can be elaborated from different perspectives. So that will give students a better picture of the whole idea. Okay. And last but not least, of course, when we talk about the global village, our graduates now not just looking for in Malaysia, we're not talking about graduates who will be working in a Malaysian scenario or Malaysian companies or industries, but we're talking about our graduates working in America, in the UK, in Australia, or in Singapore. Okay, so those are the issues, and that's why we need to improve on the curriculum in such a manner that it is can be called as the internationalized curriculum. Okay, so before I go further on and how to implement the curriculum, so there are some misconceptions on the concept of internationalization of curriculum. Okay, not on internationalization, but internationalization of the curriculum. Number one is on the recruitment of international students, i.e. we, especially in Malaysian scenario, so we are teaching international students, and we thought that that is internationalizing our curriculum, which is not, okay? Because it is true, international students will bring a lot of diverse culture, and it is a great driver for internationalization. But bear with me that probably some of the lecturers or some of the faculty members, they are not ready to include the intercultural perspective in their teaching. Okay? Even though we have students from Arab countries, maybe from the mainland China, but the way they've been using, the way that they have used to teach all this while remains the same. Okay? So by adding or by recruiting a lot of international students does not really qualify the curriculum to be an internationalized curriculum. Okay, that's number one. And number two, when we talk about cross-border delivery or the transnational education, in the case of UTM, so we do have one, our international campus, which is, well, it's not really our campus. It is a Kaiwan International University, which is a university using our curriculum. It's a franchise, UTM programs in Kaiwan International University in Iraq, okay, for example. So they are using the same curriculum. They are using the same curriculum as our students in Malaysia. Probably the only difference is the case studies that they are using over there. Okay, so nothing whatsoever different in terms of the course learning outcomes or the assessment part. Yeah, everything else all the same. Okay? So in that sense, the students in Malaysia, okay, probably will be doing the same thing, whatever that the student in Kurdistan in Iraq, in Kaiwan University, okay? i.e. they are just looking at things around them. Okay, so in Malaysia, we're talking about the Malaysian case study. So in Kurdistan or in Kaiwan University, they are talking about case study in Kurdistan. Okay, so there's no perspective, intercultural or the international issues there. Okay, and finally, the outbound mobility. Okay, there's no doubt sending our students abroad will transform them, but it's only applied to a certain number of students. For those who are probably rich enough, so they are able to get a lot of support, so they can travel overseas. Okay, but how about the majority? Okay, so sending our group, a small group of our students abroad, is not an internationalization of the curriculum issues. Okay, so how do we implement it? And first and foremost, of course, we talk about the learning outcomes of the programs. So the learning outcomes, there are three aspects of it. One is the knowledge, the skills, as well as the attitude. So what do we want our students to be? Okay, when they are the nationalizations of the curriculum. First and foremost, when we talk about the knowledge part, so at least they know the world geography. So we want our students to know where Russia or Ukraine, okay, and what are the conditions, what happening around them, around these countries, okay, and as well as understanding the history and the knowing how to communicate with people from other parts of the world. Okay, and then in terms of skills, the technical skills, the thinking skills, the communication skills, okay, should have that, as well as the attitude, i.e. openness, tolerance, respect, and aware of different culture and values that we have around the globe. Okay, so the implementation of the curriculum, so we're talking about at the course level, general educations, major and minor, i.e. probably a major in engineering and minoring in international relations or international policy and things like that, as well as on the extracurricular. Okay, so on the internalization of the courses, there are several aspects that you can do within your own curriculum, i.e. probably you are putting some elements of international or intercultural in terms of examples around the globe, around the world. I'm talking about cases in Bhopal, cases in Chernobyl, cases in India, Maldives, probably one specific topic given on international. Or we talk about for example, it is a course on international business and things like that. And finally, we're talking about giving a specific, for example, international language, Mandarin, Arabic, French, and things like that. Okay. At the general education level, a general course in Malaysia, the public university is the private university. So there's a framework of carrying out the general education or general courses. So we at UTM, for example, so we have allocated 2 specific courses for all the undergraduate students. Okay, one is on service learning or SULAM, and the other one for foreign language. Okay, and of course, like I said earlier on, so when we talk about the curriculum issues, so the learning outcomes, the teaching and learning aspect, as well as the assessment. So teaching and learning, we talk about the COIL or the collaborative online learning, or SULAM aspect, as well as on the assessment. So there are issues there that we need to address, especially at the institution level. So what are the policies? What are the support system given by the university in terms of the curriculum, issues of accreditations, quality assurance, in terms of staff members, their readiness, their mindset, in terms of students, of course, in Malaysia, we know that not everybody is fluent in English because the minimum requirements are MUET Band 2. So meaning to say, when we talk about sending them out to foreign countries, probably they will have some difficulties. But yet, we know the importance of internalizations of the curriculum. So there are many issues that we have to deal with, especially the main worry, I reckon, it should be the faculty members. Yeah, should be the faculty members. So they should be in the forefront. So they should be well equipped because there are many issues that we have faced from my experience, especially. Like I said earlier on, probably some faculty members are not ready to teach students using English, for example, because all this while they have been teaching mathematics in our language, in Bahasa, and sometimes because of one student, they need to teach in English, so they are not able to do that, and they ask the student, that particular foreign student, to go to different sections and things like that. This is to address. Okay, so with that, I thank you very much. Okay, moderator, thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Zaki. Excellent. You know, just like that, we finished all of the 6 speakers sharing their experiences, expertise, and also some things that we could learn from each and every one of you. Thank you so much for all of that. Now, our timing looks quite well. We've got another sort of like 40 minutes to continue on with some discussions and question and answers. Now, I would like to strongly suggest members of the audience, if you do have any questions, please share your questions with us. And Professor Teoh will be able to handle some of the question that comes from the floor. And you know what, let's just have some kickstart. And actually it's open to all of you. And if you're interested to be able to share some of the questions that we pose here. When we're doing planning, like issues with regards to internationalization at home, has any of your universities actually taken into account students' perception, points of view, or their demands when you're trying to incorporate internationalization at home strategies? This is open to all, or is there anyone specifically who would like to answer? That would be possible. But when you're developing internationalization at home with one of our key stakeholders, our students, have you actually been able to address their concerns and issues? Any one of you would like to answer? A very shy group of panelists here.
Can I start the
yes, please.
Dr. Latif? In our group, normally before they join the group, we would ask them to kind of answer a short survey because we would like to know why they joined the SG in the first place. So in my own experience, people will find all sorts of other, alternative options when they are stuck, right? Yeah. So the group exists simply because we have multiple problems when people are doing, postgraduate study. So we would like to identify what is it. And first of all, not even before that, where are you? Are you in year 1, or are you haven't finished your PhD, or are you? What is it? That you want us to help. So I believe that would be the number one thing that we need to do. And I believe all universities will do that actually, to identify, and then from there on, then only we can guide to the resources available. And number one, like you said, is obviously the clients, the users. And if we don't know that, then how are we supposed to tackle the issues, right? So that is actually the first thing that we do in the SG. So just sharing with you.
Thank you. I'm just wondering whether universities as well, do they do surveys? Do they do need analysis, strategies, or how do you go about incorporating that?
Yeah, if you'll allow me to talk on.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so pertaining to Amity University, if I say at Amity, we are focusing on excellence and value as a guiding principle to deal with this kind of a situation. So here we are taking up, yes, a student's feedback, we are nurturing, and our purpose is to educate leaders that will create a value for the society. That's how we are bringing it up. So we are absolutely going up with the very famous that you might all have heard about, the future for our youth. but we can certainly build one youth for the future. So keeping that one as a duty that we have been doing by taking the necessary feedback from the student, that whatever ways with which we can help our student connect learning with their real life and to provide them with the necessary skill. This is how we are success.
Thank you very much, Dr. Varma. I think that's an excellent thing. Yes, please, Associate Professor Kwong, you've also raised your hand there.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Latif. I think this, if you remember just now, I in my presentation, I was talking about different mentality, different expectations. Just to share with you our experience here at China. The Chinese students, they are not like for instance, like in Malaysia, not exposed to setup throughout their teenagers days and their high school days, and then when they come in here, suddenly they got what we call the cultural shock, right? So when they got this kind of cultural shock, and the way they react is totally different. So one of the way that we do is that the first year itself, we actually put them into what we call the preliminary and in English, and they readjust all their learning style into the very typical British way of education, where we don't encourage any more of rote learning, things like this, and it's a very good transition layer for them. And in the second year, when they go into the respective faculties, and this actually allow them to have a better transition when it comes to us in the faculties or in the departments. We focus more on the content already, and this will be a very good transition for them, and our job will be a lot easier. That's why I mentioned much earlier that the first year itself, a lot of the teaching staff are international, so they instill a lot of the international values into them throughout the whole year. So in a nutshell, this kind of thing is not an overnight transition. We have to recognize this. It's very important. In fact, to the final year, in the year 4 itself, the students, before they go to overseas to study the postgraduate, there are one or two of them are still having trouble of coping this kind of international way of educating and communicating with different multiple cultural. So those are the pressure points that we have. I just want to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Professor Kwong. I think preparing themselves, letting them know where they're heading to. You know, it's a journey that you can't anticipate. Going into a different country, it's not just about adapting to the studies in a different country, it's about life in a different country as well. So there's a lot of management of the personal management and adapting yourself to different situations. I think that's something exciting to look at. We've got Associate Professor Price, and maybe this is the last panel for you before we move on to the next question. Please do.
Okay. So because thank you for Dr. Zhu. I think when he's talking about, because when he's talking about the Chinese students, it occurs to me to want to express something as well. Because I just graduated from the Chinese side of a master degree. So I quite occurred that myself just experienced a culture shock during my PhD study. So I think, and this is also the task we faced of our Srinivasana University. Our doing is that we extend a lot of cooperation with the Chinese high schools right now. And we just have several events with them, and we do a lot of culture sharing with them to let them experience the foreign culture and the foreign methodology and the ideologies step by step. And because most of our students were coming from the southeast southwest of China, and which is considered the other economic development is not so great than the compared to the east. So which makes us more essential to make our students know the cultures. But fortunately, Thailand, we share the similar culture with the southwest of China, which is I mentioned Yunnan and Guizhou, and we share the quite similar culture. And this is more easier to students to blend in our international study. That is my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Associate Professor Price. I had a student who actually did a study as well on, going to a culture that's more similar to your culture, and it would be easier to adapt. But at times, from one of the findings that they found is that when you assume your culture to be very, very similar, you might get a shock when it is not. So even, for example, Malaysian students going to Indonesia, which share similar culture, but they may face through some culture shock because they were assuming and expecting that things to be all the same. But at times it could be very, very different as well. So it's both point of views there as well, Prof. Price and also Prof. Kwong. Thank you so much for your question, for your answers there as well. I would like to now pose a question. Hold on, let me get the question here. With regards to online education, online learning, the whole world has gone online, and it's something, it was no choice. Everyone just jumped into the bandwagon. And knowing how it is, we're entering the third year of online learning. What's your take on online learning? How do you foresee students, doing this? And I've seen situations. My students tell me, we can't wait to go into campus. And then we open up the university, students come into campus. When we go into campus, they say, oh, we do miss online learning as well. So what's your take on online learning? And will this be, forever? Or will this be a permanent fixture in our education system? Maybe we have, Madam Anita first.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Latif. I think that's the very important question right now, because believe it or not, during pandemic, we get busier. I mean, people who do online learning like us, and our team has got to work sometimes 18 hours per day because we've got I believe, though we think that online learning is one of the methods to do, I begin to see conversations saying that it's better to have blended method, whereby you have online learning, but at the same time, we also need to have social interaction, in the physical world. So having blended approach, I think, is the best for now. So perhaps for universities, you can open up, several courses or several times where students can go, but mixed it with online learning, because that is everybody can achieve, everybody can simply log in, and as long as you have internet, you can log in and you can do learning. However, I wouldn't say that it should be 100% online. Yeah, even my own children who are doing universities right now, who are doing undergraduate education, they are saying, Mama, we still need to have the physical touch, physical meetups, right? Because we are all human. We need social life also. So I believe having both will benefit all, not just one. Yeah, so that's just my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Anita. It's true. When we go online, at times people do look at the students. How would the students deal with it? At times, the academics are also struggling. And when we have the idea of having a hybrid sort of classroom, it's very nice in concept, but it is a challenging, different way of teaching when you have to look at the screen and you have to look at your physical class. And at times, you don't even know where to look. So it is challenging on academics as well. Maybe, Prof. Zaki, if you would like to share some insights or input from the UTM experience. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Right. Okay. So when we talk about online learning for the past 2 years, okay, for myself, everything just facing the computer. Okay. So there was a time, It is, in fact, I got the opportunity to observe him teaching, okay, at that particular moment. So it was sometime in the morning, probably about 10 o'clock in the morning. But some of the students are way back in the very early morning in Africa, okay, and in Middle East. Okay, so can you imagine, okay, teaching a group of students, okay, some of them, majority of them in Malaysia, and some of them in Middle East. So what happened was, so the class ended, so he asked all the students to leave the room, and there are two students where the so what's going on the other side of the world. The classroom for this while. Okay, so it's very true. It's a great challenge. It's really a great challenge to teach. So when we try to implement, as myself as the chairman for Sulam in Malaysia, so we want to stretch civics learning in the courses. So of course we have to go e-learning, e-Sulam, i.e. Sulam online. So that's a greater challenge because service learning, we have to do it within the community. So how can you go, because during the first year, you really cannot do much. Okay? Everything is online, you cannot go out, you cannot meet the community and whatnot. Okay, so during the second year where there's some leeway where we can go with a small group within the small community. So only then students can express their satisfaction in carrying out the service learning activities. And because like having said by Pon and Madam Anita, because when it's about blended learning, it is something that we cannot go about or we cannot go away from it. But somehow or other, the face-to-face is something which our students really need badly at the moment. Okay, that's my take on that.
Thank you very much, Prof. Zaki. It's true. It's a changing time. Everyone is trying to get used to the new method, to the new way of doing things. And surprisingly, our students, Generation Z, they were practically born with the phone, with the gadget next to them. They're able to pick up as easily as well. But at times it could be quite difficult for the professionals, the academics. So we need to have more support on that. Dr. Bauna, before we end this session,
I would like to say that it's very beneficial for the people when we are looking for the ways to upskill. So online learning is certainly one of the area wherein flexibility to manage our own time is there. But the same way, if we could see it, it is overwhelming too, because we human beings are the social animals and we feel a little disconnected when we are not finding a great touch with people and even with nature. So it's very necessary for us to give full attention towards our learning. At the same time, we have to be mindful of certain habits. So I would recommend that if we follow a regular schedule and can stick to it, a routine which would include both study and work and leisure activities too. So it would make us practice being present in a situation which would give us the time to relax and replenish our energy. At the same time, another thing what we follow in our class generally, we always advise the student to reward themselves. Rewarding themselves directly interacting or taking up the live sessions or the sessions which are being pre-recorded or attempting a case in the absence of a teacher as an online platform. There he has to reward himself. So rewarding and appreciating whatever hard work he has put into and acknowledging his own accomplishment will keep him motivated. These are a few things what we say that along with taking care of their physical health, taking time to reset onto how on proper studies, relaxing with what I would really vouch for.
Thank you. It's very important for them to be able to take good care of themselves. And I love how you say rewarding yourself. That when I was doing my PhD health, have a good sanity in doing work. If you're overly pressured, it's really going to, affect the whole education ecosystem, because it can be very stressful. The students could be stressed out. The academics could be stressed out. When we're among highly stressed out people, so it's about keeping an open mind and taking on the challenge, understanding that this is new to a lot of people, but let's make the best out of it. And I think that's such a plus point in your discussion. We have a question from Dr. Ray Ikuchukwu Jacob. Are you here? You have your hands raised.
It's not a question, it's a kind of contribution to the ongoing
discussion.
Yes, ongoing learning. So I really thank God I thank the for their styles of explaining their topics, the various topics. Actually, I am an alumni of 2013. So lecturer and fellow from UM. Because the future of my country, the future of future learning and classes. I think to my own eye over the whole issue, I will say that we are into the period. We are on the process of trying to adapt to the system, and how adaptation we are to the system. I think it will be nice along the line, there will be both remote learning and physical learning, because it's very essential that we need interaction. Also, what I want to emphasize is that nobody will say completely look at how the whole thing is going to be, because we are still on the process. Environment. Thank you very much. Hello.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for your contribution there. I think it is to our students. If these people, or if the students or academics require assistance, we be there and help one another out. I just had an opportunity to visit University of Technology Sydney here in Australia, and they have a room which is a drop-in room, a clinic, that if you have problems, go straight away, meet, ask them, talk to them. What can you do in making your class more interactive? How do you deal with the situation? So it's a clinic for handling, online situation or online learning. Or if you want to have, whatever questions that you have, you can go to compensate them to be able to come up with the best deliverables. Okay. Now, if I can go to, this is a question from the floor. I do not have the name of the person, but the question is, I'm a PhD student at UCSI University, and my research is similar to that of Dr. Price Chow. You've got a fan here, Dr. Chow. According to my research, the number of Chinese students studying in Malaysia has increased significantly since 2021. I believe this is the number of students enrolled in Malaysia. However, currently, the Malaysian government has announced the transition from the pandemic stage to the endemic stage. Will this reduce the number of Chinese international students with the opening of the border? So I think this goes along the line of the perception that maybe China students does not want to go out abroad as much, and they're more comfortable at home. What's your take on that with the question? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ratif. I think this is a very good question, and I just like this friend from UCSI that because at the former time we were mentioning that right now has
Sorry,
for the Chinese student go abroad. And just as my research.
Sorry, Prof. Cho, you're breaking out.
Can you hear me?
Not really. I'm not sure. Is it just me or is it everyone as well?
No,
you were breaking out.
We can't. Yeah.
No, we can't hear him. Yeah.
We can't hear you. Yeah. Can you repeat?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Better?
Yeah.
Better, yeah.
Yes, can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Just as I mentioned, one, now due to the very strict policy of our Chinese border regulations, people are not willing to, actually it's not the people's willing, actually it's our government's willing. You'd better stay at in China, and there's no way out or in. This is one thing. Another thing is that, just as I mentioned, our Chinese students always have a cold feet to do a lot of things, especially to embrace the foreign culture and embrace the culture shock for them. So actually, if you think the number will drop or increase due to the new policy of Malaysian government, I would say we will pay more patient to see what will cause. Because if the Chinese border will open soon, then I think there's no consequence, no serious consequences after all. But if our Chinese policies, if our Chinese regulations are mismatched from the Malaysians' policies, I think there do have some consequences. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is a possibility of a consequence, but we can't just tell as it is. Yeah, Associate Professor Kwong.
Yes, I would just say from our perspective, because we have about 90 students out of the 8,000 students go overseas to complete their postgraduate. So what happened is that when the pandemic started, what happened is that our postgraduate program suddenly experienced a sharp increase of the enrollment, and our international, our undergraduate enrollment also is affected. We have a little bit of a decrease. And when we look at this, and what happened was that there was not much of an appetite for the Chinese students to go overseas during this pandemic time. And because of that, that actually indicates we have this kind of indication where you can see from the enrollment. And I don't think so it is a policy of any other country or things like that. It's just that I agree with Press Chow that they might have some sort of cold feet to go outside from the country to study. But I think if we have a little bit of patience, then the storm will over, and I think it should be go back to the normalcy. After all, China is one of the biggest exporter of students for most of the postgraduate programs around the world.
Thank you, Associate Prof. Kwong. It's true, I guess. Maybe some nervousness. I know that there's a lot of agents or students, student representatives from China who organizes a preparatory program, where prior to students coming in, they teach, they support, they educate and explain about what to expect coming to, for example, Malaysia. I think this sort of like a pre-departure briefing, an extensive one, an intensive one, would be able to educate them, would also be able to prepare them, and at the same time, if they have anxiety or nervousness, it's something where they're able to ask questions to those teaching them. On that note, Prof. Kwong, maybe it's great for you if you could share about your experience with the global campus in, having three organizations, Nottingham University used to be known as a very British organization, and with its presence in Malaysia and in China, with different forms of governance, with different forms of cultural situation, how do you do it? Yeah.
Before I continue, I just want to ask Dr. Latif, do I have 2 hours to respond?
You can do it in 2 minutes. That's all I can give you at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand the time limit. But what I'm trying to put the point is that the 20 years of experience is not an easy experience for us. Neither do our friend in the Malaysia campus. It's not that easy for us to synchronize everything from a different culture. I'll just give you one good example. You see, Professor Zaki was mentioning about internationalization of the curriculum. And from our experience, it's very easy to internationalize curriculum, but not easy to internationalize practices. So this is one of our main pain point, and slowly we are moving towards to getting everybody in the same page. One of the things that we are looking at is standardization. Of course, we have we have what we call a quality manual, which is guided with and conform with the in UK we call the QAA, Quality Assurance Agency. So yes, we follow strictly, but then if you remember previously, I did mention in my presentation, I mentioned about think globally, act locally. So the thing is that the practices is not that easy to synchronize for the 3 campuses. I give you one very good example, and first of all, I just want to apologize if this one is a little bit sensitive to some of the audiences. I'm talking about the issues of EDI, equality, diversity, and inclusivity. Now, people like us in the Asia context, we tend to be a little bit more conservative in certain issues, and we're starting to opening up in terms of the, say, women's rights. But then, in the UK, EDI is when we talk about equality, is not only about women's rights, but it's also about the issue of LGBT. The question is that is the UK campus is pushing very hard on the issues of LGBT, and they're getting awards like Athena Swan, etc. This kind of thing. But by the way, LGBT is Athena Swan is not does not really award for LGBT, but it's more of a women's equality in the science and engineering. But it has some relevance. The thing is that how do we want to implement that here in the local context, particularly in Malaysia or in China? So we might have to redefine in the local context what is the meaning of EDI. That is one of the very good examples that we have. And it takes a lot of consultation, a lot of compromises and adjustments to do. And we do have a certain what we call red lines that we do not cross either in the UK or in China or in Malaysia. So the issue is that, like remember I mentioned about early on, I mentioned about branch campus versus tri-campus model. So the branch campus, when we first started, the way how we do is very much like a branch campus where we receive everything, all the orders, everything from the UK. But then now we're moving towards to the tri-campus model where we are the equal partner. Nobody is the real boss already, for the exception of probably the certain academic procedures, because the degree that the academic courses that they're getting, the degrees that they're getting, certificates they're getting is from the UK. But there's a lot of effort of try to discuss and try to understand each other, and it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to move on this one. So that's my take on this one. So if you have any other further subsequent question, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Associate Professor Kwong. I think it is a real issue, and I think concept and reality to work hand in hand is something challenging, and it's something, but it opens up room for discussion, and as much as we discover differences, we understand more about one another as well. And I think that's an important part in bringing education forward. I saw Dr. Lai's hand was up earlier on. Do you have some comments in this as well, Dr. Lai?
Yeah. Actually, I just wanted to make a few comments. I think that we had a really good perspective of different speakers. Some of it, for example, a very excellent model of international networking of Amity, for example. The Campus Merdeka project, which is very bold, I would say, of the government to make such a initiative out, and of course, generally, I think China, India, and Indonesia, they probably have the largest populations in the world already, and hearing from the panel members, it seems that the options of internationalizations at home without leaving the border, giving them as much as international flavor, as well as, let's say, the incorporations of the international curriculum of UTM. I think we are seeing a trend that things are moving back to, be comfortable at home, but yet you will still get the exposure. So I just want to, ask the panel, Dr. Agong, Dr. Pauna, and also, our colleagues in China who are familiar with the Chinese environment. Well, is it the atmosphere of the students now, after the 2 years of lockdown, that they feel that, economy is not good, I can't afford to go overseas, and how can these internationalizations at home bring more initiative back to them so that they are not left out in the international arena? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, Dr. Bowner.
Yeah, if you'll allow me, Dr. Lai, fantastic questions. In fact, the one what we are facing right now at Amity University. So our experience say, if we have the personalized mentors, personalized mentorship, so one-to-one kind of address could be given to the students, so it won't be a difficult task, because there are many students year on year we are observing in our international programs, immersion programs, mobility programs, because you would have seen we have a couple of options available. We have twinning programs and study abroad. So there are, every time we are finding a huge increase. So probably because of the reason of the one-to-one personalized mentoring, what we are providing to the students at the individual level. At the same time, mentorship would come up as the next step. The first step would be creating the awareness that yes, hands-on immersive learning, what we are promising with our programs, what we offer at the global level. So this is a kind of a dedicated, way what we are following it at Amity University. So in this, what another key factor, what is leading up to the success here at Amity University, is it the portfolio building with the real life projects, what we are associating our students with the global brands. So this helps them to build up their portfolio, make them more motivated to take up the international projects, international work, which will help them to make their own portfolio. So this is how we are doing up. So just to sum up, yes, mentoring, personalized mentoring, dedicated services, and hands-on to the immersive learning platforms, what we offer. Likewise, yesterday, Dr. Charate had discussed in his presentation, LMS, Learning Management System. So hands-on immersive learning, what we are providing from the day one student enrolled at Amity University. Along with it, of course, the hand-holding, what has been given to by the program leaders to the students. So all of these are just as a modular approach, what we are adopting and ensuring that students are getting the best. And of course, as per the their mapped, which we are doing as per their expectations and what will lead to their satisfaction. So these are certain things which we are taking up here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bhavna Sharma. We have now actually reached to 1 minute before end of time. And The truth is, Dr. Lai, you have actually summed up the summation for today's discussion as well with your earlier on. Thank you for doing my part as well. But I've loved all the insights that we've received from all the scholars, from internationalization of curriculum to the global campus, understanding the doctorate support group, the stories of Amity and how it expanded across, the experience of Malaysian PhD students from China in Malaysia, and also Dr. Agung's experience with Campus Merdeka. And all this is something that we would love to share further. But what you have shared with us are now elements of the university of the future. As we are developing, as we are progressing, we are no longer a similar entity as to where we were 10, 20, 30 years ago. We are moving forward. We're incorporating technology. We're embracing borderless learning. We're bringing internationalization to our own campus. And I see that the future is changing. And we, as global citizens, we as member of university institutions, we must be able to adapt and progress as well. I would like to end today's session. I apologize to all those with the questions for today. You can send questions to the Secretariat and it will be addressed by the Conference Secretariat as well. I will pass over to Professor Tew at right smack at 3 o'clock India, 3 o'clock my time here, which is 12 o'clock in Malaysia. So Prof. Tew, the floor is yours again. Thank you to all the panelists. Let's give them a hand of applause to each and every one of them.
Thank you. Dr. Latif, if you don't mind, before that, I think let's give the last opportunity for Dr. Agung. His hand has been up for quite a while.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, Dr. Agung, you wanted to comment something on the question just now?
Yeah. I want to comment. Internalization common for the Indonesia, common for postgraduate, but by MBKM program now, government provide an opportunity for degree undergraduate student to study outside for the 20 credit out of program. It means in one semester. So it's I think it is the right time to the undergraduate in Indonesia to have experience in internationalization. And Abu Yatama start with the program join with INTI International. I think it's Dr. Lai.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Since you mentioned about that, thank you, Dr. Agung. Actually, we are very proud that we will be embarking onto a collaborations with UNAYA to work on the Campus Merdeka. So we are expecting to receive the first batch of students from UNAYA very soon. That's in June. And thank you for the opportunity. And before that, I would also like to say that we see there are collaborations potential with Amity further. You know, how can we learn from Nottingham, for example, the global campus? You know, definitely we are very interested in the Sulam project. Dr. Zaki, and as well as our doctoral support group, which definitely I think we can look at how we can bring this DSG into an institutional setup as well, so that, you know, besides the social support part of it, there are actual support that the PhD or the postgraduate would be receiving on a more systematic institutional kind of setup. Yeah.
Yes.
Again, thank you, Prof. Tew. I'm sorry, I hijacked your floor. Yeah, sorry about that.
Hi again to everyone. I'm the person who ring the bell. Sorry for that. Okay, before we end the session, can I propose for the photography section? You have about 30 seconds to turn on your camera, to put the camera in the right position, and also maybe to put some makeup on if you want to. Later, I will counting for 3 and hold your smile for 5 seconds. Or maybe 10, if you can. Okay, counting for 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, thank you so much. And thanks for all the speakers and moderator for very insightful sharing. Even though we are facing many issues during the COVID-19 pandemics, but there are many opportunities that could help us to sustain the education industry, which have been shared by all the speakers. And I am very excited to learn to know the Campus Merdeka, the global campus, the China market, the Indian market, and also the online universities. Until then, I feel I want to register again as a student, but I guess I'm just too old to do that. Okay, we will have another session on today afternoon, 2 p.m. GMT +8. And the theme will be the cross-border internationalization. See you then. Have a good day. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
See you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone.
Hi, Dr. T.
Thank you for joining us for the second day of the first International Higher Education Conference. So organized by INTI International University Malaysia in collaboration with us are the National University of Malaysia, UKM, Amity University Mumbai, India, Islamic University of Maldives, and Doctoral Support Group, our media partner. So now, without further ado, let's start with our Roundtable 4 session with the topic of cross-border internationalization. I will pass the floor over to our moderator of Roundtable 4, Dr. Madeline. Yeah, you can take over.
Thank you. Greetings from Adelaide, Australia, and a very good afternoon or probably good evening to all speakers and all the attendees of this IHEC 2022. My name is Madeline, and I'm your moderator for this Roundtable 4. Internationalization has become more than a buzzword in recent years. It is more so after the COVID pandemic. It has become a leading investment, generating substantial revenues, and is regarded as an imperative in its kindship to branding and rankings in international higher education. The present topic is of extreme importance given the unexpected immeasurable losses in lives and damage the global economy significantly. In the face of the crisis, it is timely to rethink in what way the vulnerability and risk of the current approach to internationalization could be overcome and consider the future trajectory for sustainable internationalization practice. These new conditions, which is the COVID, impose new requirements for internationalization. For many years, internationalization of higher education had been seen essentially as a positive development with few disadvantages, but with new conditions and unexpected events such as COVID-19 have forced people to increase the awareness of those disadvantages and determine possible ways to alleviate them. Without much ado, let me make some introductory notes for our speakers who are here to shed some light with us. We are very honored to have Associate Professor Dr. Zainab, who's the Director of the Department of International Affairs, UiTM Malaysia. Basically, Dr. Zainab's interests actually include assessment, feedback, for and of learning in higher education, learning engagement of undergraduates and graduate students, curriculum, instruction, and assessment, and second language, learning and instructing. She is a qualified person who probably we should go to in terms of languages, I think. Then welcome Dr. Chin Siu Boon. He is the honorary admissions tutor in international students from University of Sheffield, and his expertise basically in partnership. And here we have Dr. Brownie Whitmarsh, who's Associate Dean, Global Engagement from University of Portsmouth, UK, all the way from UK, very far from me. And she is responsible for leading, developing, and implementing our global engagement strategies, which includes identifying new opportunities for strategic developments, including international recruitments and exchange, international student experience, transnational education arrangements, and global research and innovation initiatives. And we have Dr. Abdallah, who is from College of Business Al Ain University, Abu Dhabi campus in United Arab Emirates. His research interest surrounds areas like data mining, decision support system, knowledge management, information system management, and business intelligence. And last but not least, we have Dr. Gautam Gawali, who's the Dean of Student Welfare, MIT University, Mumbai in India. And he's particularly expert, I think, in terms of psychology, mental health, health psychology, and life skills. Unfortunately, we are not able to have Dr. Atiq with us, who is from Pakistan. Anyway, he'll have some recorded sessions, and probably we can post to the attendees if need be. So let's probably start our roundtable 4 at this point of time. And Dr. Zainab, please.
Thank you very much, Madeline. Let me just very much work on sharing of the presentation. And once again, welcome everyone. So thank you to the organizer, and I shall share my slides right now. So, okay, here we go. We're looking at what has been discussed this morning pertaining to, and also yesterday with regards to the pandemic and how do we actually overcome and remain resilient. And so my take today will be focusing on how we actually sustained mobility through virtual engagements. Now, of course, when we talk about mobility, in light of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the focus is on quality education, and of course, key word here is SDG 17 with regards to partnerships for the goals. So of course, when we talk about cross-border internationalization today, in light of the current pandemic, and of course, as of today, 1st of April, Malaysia has opened its borders, so we're looking at opportunities. Also, at the same time, it should be reminding us about the challenges that we have actually faced and what to actually expect in times of uncertainties for the upcoming years to come. So of course, very quickly, we know, having gone through the challenges for the last 2 years, some of the impacts on internationalization, mobility, and also cross-border research. So we all took note. I mean, basically, we had to pause in what has it taught us. So a lot of lessons learned here. I shall not read every word here. We're also looking at, what are some new elements of the post-pandemic world in terms of the emerging trends. All right. And moving right along, I'm very sure almost 200% that everyone, we were forced to actually go online. Remote learning became the blueprint, became the tool. And what does that impact mobility that we were used to in terms of physical mobility, and how we actually migrated to what we call virtual mobility. So technological advancement, and of course, all the integration of the teaching tools that we have that were discussed earlier, collaboration, COIL, all right, the community of practice, virtual summer programs, virtual internships, and of course we had webinars and all the ease of global connection. Then of course the internal and external challenges, all right, again, pre-existing, we take note of all those challenges, and then moving on to new challenges as we ride the pandemic. And of course, we're looking at regional economic, financial limitations, some reduced regional enrollment, student engagement. I think this is very important here, digital burnout, whether it's for faculty members or even students. And of course, we need to start looking at global champions among us on how we can actually sustain and move forward beyond virtual mobility. Now, there are reasons. I'm sure we know for why we are resilient, and of course, again, this this resurgence of internationalization. So the pandemic did not fare up anyone. Everyone was already affected, and very much we were all in this together. All right, and looking at some of the reasons for resilience might be similar to any part of the world, any university at that point in time. And of course, when we look at more opportunities in resurgence of internationalization, so there should be strategic approach and how we actually relook on how best to integrate internationalization, all right, and the paradigm shift. It's no more about physical mobility, but of course, now we're looking at outcomes, the impact, and how we can work together, and how do we leverage on partners, existing and new partners. So there are opportunities, as I've mentioned, virtual internships, experiential learning, micro-credentials, and I'm sure that also has been said. And of course, what are our resources for cross-border development? And what's the future here for us? It's not, back to what we call normal, but it's actually, we have no choice. It's point of no return. Internationalization is here to stay. Now, what is the biggest challenge for all of us? It's ourselves on how we actually move from the very typical to become more agile, flexible, and more adaptive, and trying to create all these enriching educational opportunities. Now, in the case of UiTM, so mega university, and with the agenda to achieve global renowned university and the internationalization agenda. So, as we move on, about now, our current partners is at 563 and maybe more to come. And surprisingly, during the pandemic, when we were online, we had more partners and more virtual MOUs were actually signed. And of course, when we look at academic staff and student mobility programs, so we had to refocus. So the focus on the ASEAN countries and to a certain extent, why the focus on Asian countries, all right, at that time. And we know in order to sustain partnership activities for students and faculty members, and what are some programs for the students, short-term and also long-term program, and faculty members in terms of visiting professors. And most of this were actually done virtually. So what were some of our virtual mobility engagements, in light of the pandemic? We paused for only a second, and then we said we have to bounce back and we have to continue exposing and allowing our students to actually continue to internationalize them in terms of, being sensitive to what's going on, connecting virtually first, and hopefully when they have the opportunity. So we created a lot of engagements, with our partners, the international programs, with our embassies that were there, and activities. And of course, we have currently 10 memberships, or what we call university networks, that we belong to. And this was the time to actually leverage on our partners. So here are some of our international partner lecture series. All right, so our partners.
Sorry, Dr. Zainab, I think you're muted.
Sorry, can't hear anything.
Yeah, I think you're muted, Dr. Zainab.
By accident, perhaps? She probably don't. Hi, Dr. Zainab. We seem to have lost your audio and your video actually showing that you are muted. somehow. Okay, let's try this. I'm sorry that the technical hitch. Perhaps Dr. Zainab, you may want to log out again. I mean, log out and log in again so that we can see whether if this problem persists. Oh,
you see now?
Yeah. Now it's okay. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, thank you so much. I fixed that. So moving right along, here were some of the activities that we actually went on to continue. Like the physical, the Merdeka, and we used to do it physically here when the students are around, but we were able to move to the virtual platform and having the countdown virtually, the long night of Merdeka, and then of course all the cultural activities were actually shared, songs were sung together, and then of course monthly with the meet and greet. All right, and in between those virtual, there were opportunities when there were times that that we were allowed to come together, and we had a group of Indonesian students that were around, so we quickly took the opportunity and did some physical activities while the opportunity allowed us. And then of course we went back to MCO again. But last but not least, I think trying to very much align ourselves to what the Malaysian higher education blueprint is in making Malaysia an education hub, and through edutourism, through student exchanges, through what we call also summer programs and so forth. So I think the time has actually allowed us to be creative in terms of how we actually ride the current crisis. And it's one thing I must say that funding plays a very important element here, even though it's not the bigger amount, but we still continue to fund students virtually, whatever the amount that costs them. And you can see from our trend and how we were actually happy that students came on board and the numbers were increasing. They felt comfortable for our inbound students, and finally also our outbound students that we believe, besides having it as a key performance indicators and having to measure the targets, but it was really us reflecting and looking at what we can still continue now. And perhaps our students have established their communication with potential friends, or I call them at that point, I said it's good that you get to know each other virtually, and hopefully when the borders are open, you should be ready for your physical experience. So I think I've come to the end of my presentation. So thank you very much. I hope the sharing has been beneficial, and I'll be more than happy later to move on to questions and answer. Thank you. I didn't hear the bell yet. I hope.
Thank you, Dr. Zainab. It is very true what Dr. Zainab said about we must be agile, flexible, and adaptive to these opportunities, because there are also studies, in fact, a number of studies actually shows that students from the East, especially Eastern countries, East Asian countries, they're actually willing to interact with the teacher in context of online teaching. So I do agree with what Dr. Zainab has presented, and in fact, it is actually shed some lights to sort of reaffirm to what we believe in today's context. With that, we shall move on to Dr. Chin, who is an expert in equal partnership linked with universities. So probably Dr. Chin will probably give us even better and or enhance what Dr. Zainab has actually presented. Dr. Chin.
Hello. Oh, thank you very much, Madeline. Now, I'm speaking from a rather narrow point of view. I've been an academic and admissions tutor for departments, and I've been involved with our partnership programs for many years. So now I'm a retired consultant, but still a consultant to Sheffield University, and that's my perspective. The next slide, please. Next slide, please. How do I control my slide? Right. Now, Sheffield is a world top 100 university, member of Russell Group. What's interesting in this slide I want to tell you is that Sheffield started as a university college teaching a Cambridge external programs. Right? Very much like the partnerships that I have been doing with other universities. Right? So at the beginning, this university college in South Yorkshire in UK would teach the program, the syllabus from Cambridge University. Right? But that's by local staff. After, I think, a couple of decades, they received Royal Charter to become a university. Right? And now they are a comprehensive university teaching almost every, I would say, traditional subjects in the British University. And my own role, next slide, please. My own role, I've been, I say, a lecturer, and my administrative role is admissions tutor for international students, particularly from my mechanical engineering department. In the late 80s and since the 90s, we have been conducting these partnership programs with local universities and to a certain extent China, what we call twinning programs. Right? Very much like the external Cambridge degree program, the local university will teach our program in year 1, and then we receive their students from year 2. Next slide, please. Now that has become not that useful. It's still useful for newer universities. Now for, at least for Malaysian universities, dual degree, joint degree articulations, right? Much in the model of those I've seen, the leading universities in EU and UK with Chinese universities, right? Where the students will receive 2 degrees. But to me, these programs, these partnerships, they have rather short-term life, short-term benefits in terms of student recruitment and quality and standing of both partners. What I've been thinking about, I'm thinking of how do we develop more equal and more long-term partnerships? Next slide, please. So some of the examples, at least from the West, I look at this PLUS Alliance, King's College London, Arizona State University in the US, University of New South Wales. The other one is this U21, started with 19 universities, now 27 universities. But their basis is shared knowledge, shared excellence. Their basis is that no one can be good in everything, no one can have all the facilities, but we can share and bring up our standing, right? Bring up our research standing, and hence student recruitment. Next slide, please. So looking forward, even beyond this pandemic effects, I'm thinking of how do we share resources? Now, sharing teaching in the private universities in China here is quite common. Right? I'm thinking of maybe we can share, especially final year options. So for law departments, for example, one university may be teaching EU laws. Right? Another one may be the Chinese law in commerce. Right? We can share physical facilities, especially for the STEM subjects, science and engineering. They require expensive research laboratories. And share academic administrative expertise. Right? Now, of course, the other benefit or the other cross-border partnership is in student mobility. That I'm sure that's been talked about much. But all these sharings will depend on university ranking, will depend on the ability of partner universities to recruit quality students. And whether we like it or not, ranking is all important in student recruitment. Ranking is all important in how the university will choose a partner. That is always the first thing my admin people ask me, right? What is the standing of the partner you intend to work with? Right? What is the quality of their students? And whichever ranking system, whichever ranking you look at, most of them would give very heavy weighting to the research output of the university and to the department. So look at the PLUS and the U21 partnerships. Their idea is to carry out joint research programs, forming research institutes for the state-of-the-art research, for research programs that require collaborations between many departments and many faculties too, right? So climate change, right, sustainability in water, in food, these are kind of things that are perfectly suitable for cross-border partnerships. And through these research programs, it will bring up the ranking of both partners, and hence will benefit not only the universities, but also in student recruitment. And I think this will apply to both private and public universities. Now, how do we achieve these shared resources and shared partnership? That I will listen to all the questions. But for now, thank you very much. That's my contribution.
Thank you, Dr. Chin, for the insight. Of course, UCL Sheffield was one of those universities that I knew about when I was doing my degree in UK. And of course, it brought back a lot of memories when you were talking just now. And you actually were saying about the dual degree and all that. They actually brought that back a lot of memories and how education evolved, tremendously, from those days to current situation. And it's actually amazing. I would say amazing to see the evolution, through with and without the pandemic, And I hope that now we look forward to Dr. Brownie's Rich March, who can share with us the new models of internationalization, actually. And you can see another new era of lights that we are going to sort of enjoy, or what I say, in terms to come in many years. Dr. Brownie.
Thank you so much, Dr. Madeline, and thank you to the organisers for the session. And it's really interesting to be able to follow on from Dr. Chin's presentation there, where you're talking about the importance of equal partnerships and the importance of taking a student-centred approach, and also touching on those kind of values of a university in terms of creating knowledge to make a difference and difference in the world. So I'm going to share, and I'm just trying to share my slides and now, so hopefully this will work. Madeline, Dr. Madeline, could you confirm that you can see my slide?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And I work at the University of Portsmouth, and we're based on the South Coast and in the UK. I've been working in the international arena since about 2014, and the most effective partnerships and that I've had the pleasure of supporting and have always been adopted a student-centred approach, and they've always been reciprocal. And so I wanted to just show you and talk a little bit about maybe what a strategic partnership looks like. And for me, it looks a little bit like this. And so this is on the 17th of June. And in 2021, and you have colleagues here across 2 universities. So you have colleagues working in quality assurance, colleagues working in international recruitment, colleagues working in faculties, colleagues working in departments, colleagues working in administration, and you have both vice chancellors if you look carefully enough. And what we're celebrating here is the launch of a dual degrees programme between Edith Cowan University in Western Australia in Perth and the University of Portsmouth, a series of dual degrees that were developed entirely and online and during the period of the pandemic. So those conversations that Dr. Zeynep introduced about the importance of developing international understanding, recognising the need to collaborate, was certainly true for us during this period. And so this is where we are, and just so that you can see, so as well as having a very global focused, we also make sure that the partnerships that we're supporting and support the city within which we're based, and I'll talk about a bit more about that. And we're also a comprehensive university, and we're able to draw from the strengths of our tradition in terms of really focusing on the quality of our teaching, and but also the careers focused curriculum and that we're developing. We have, in terms of kind of our size, you get a bit of a kind of a sense of the size and scale of the university there. And this gives you a flavour of kind of where our existing connections were when we started this project. And you can see that there are a few dots on Australasia and down in the bottom there, and but not very many. And so I'll give you an indication of how the project started. So, back in 2018, and our Vice-Chancellor, Professor Graham Galbraith, met with Professor Steve Chapman and Professor Simon Ridings and at a conference, and had a conversation about how is it that rather than taking a transnational education approach where we're collaborating in order to kind of build each other's capacity, how is it that we can develop a kind of partnership where we're building on each other's strengths? And so that was very much the start of this partnership. So despite the pressures that both Australia has faced with its closed borders over the last couple of years, the pressures that we face with our focus on attracting students into the UK and for international student recruitment, what's really remarkable about this partnership and what's unique is that we've been able to come together and to build on our strengths. So each of the 4 programs that you see listed there, and they are programs that students can start either in the UK at the University of Portsmouth, or they can start those programs in Perth in Western Australia. And whichever program the student is successful in applying onto, by the end of the program, they receive 2 awards. We launched the programs, as I mentioned, in 2021, and we've just had the first intakes across both universities, and we've now got 77 students across those four programs. So we hoped that what we were developing was something that was student-centred and really focused on what students are looking to experience, that transformational experience, as Dr. Zeynep said, about spending a longer period of time overseas, and we're starting to see that in the responses. And so just to give you an idea of what the format of each of the degrees looks like, and so every student spends the first 2 years at their home university, and so whether that's in Portsmouth or whether that's in Western Australia, they then switch and flip over for 1 year and to the host university, and then they go back to their home university either for a year or for 1 semester, depending on the nature of the programme. And what we're doing is we're working together and really closely over the first 2 years to create a number of touch points where students are collaborating together. So only a couple of weeks ago, we had 30 students on either side and who were participating in a virtual global buddy exercise where we paired them up and using social media. We didn't tell them who their virtual friend was that they were pairing with, and over the course of the week they got to explore each other's cultures and each other's societies. And what's really remarkable is that by taking a very focused approach to internationalization. So this is one project, this is one set of degrees. We are developing more, and then we now have a joint management structure in place across the 2 universities. We've been able to strategically, for both institutions, we've been able to hit all of those things that you want to hit in terms of your internationalization strategy. So we're offering something that's really niche, that's really distinctive. And we're supporting outbound mobility. Both Australia and the UK and struggle with sending students outbound, and both our universities have a number of students who come from the local area and might not have ever travelled before and kind of need that encouragement to take up that kind of opportunity. as you saw in that first slide, with the number of staff who are engaging across both institutions, we're not only expanding the professional networks of the students as they engage, we're actually expanding our own professional networks. And that goes from administrative staff who are organising timetabling right the way through and to myself who's leading the project. We're also looking forward to the future, and we're thinking, okay, we've created these fantastic products, the students are really enjoying them. How could we collaborate with third parties to create an offshore delivery version of these models? So none of those degrees either institution could run on their own. And then just to give you a flavour of kind of how the journey went. So I mentioned that this was a top-down approach. And we've got a number of partnerships at Portsmouth that have developed as a grassroots approach up. This was very much top down. So you have Steve Chapman and Graham Galbraith there. The image underneath that shows the year and a half of really hard work of mapping processes. And so of course we were mapping curricula, but we were also mapping our quality assurance processes, and from kind of modification of courses, approval of courses, and all of those details had to be worked through. We were then able to take advantage and participate in the UK-Australia season, which is still taking place at the moment. So we ran a series of 5 events, and what we were able to do with that was to provide a reason for each of the course teams running those dual degrees to come together to consider their disciplines and in relation to the Sustainable Development Goals, and give students the opportunity and to, right from the beginning of these dual degrees, experience kind of a deeper understanding of their discipline in an international context. And then the image that you have at the bottom there shows where we are now in 2022, where it's not us as staff who are talking about the dual degrees. This is a student TV programme and that's led by students in our Faculty of Creative and Cultural Industries. They don't even have one of those dual degrees in that faculty yet, and yet they picked up from the word of mouth within the student body how exciting it is what's going on. And they arranged this interview between one of the students in the UK and one in Australia. We've been able to do a series of, thank you for the bell. These are just some of the great collaborations that we've been able to do by virtue of developing this really close collaboration. And so I'll hand back to Dr. Madeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lin. What an insightful sharing, and I just love that you actually brought me to imagine that, not in my wildest dream, but I could actually imagine that everything could do it through Zoom or Teams, you know what I mean, so to speak, you know, and really enjoy what you actually shared with ECU and what Portsmouth is doing. And I think a lot of us can actually learn from you, you know, from your model and what is the meaning of the new internationalization. With that, I will pass on the floor to Dr. Abdullah from UAE. He will share with us on themes on globalization of education, what business model in UAE. To you, Dr. Abdullah.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share with you my thoughts about the cross-border education. Today, my presentation will be about the globalization of education business models that we have in the UAE and how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected us. If we move on, the globalization, as we all know, flourished many sectors in our society, including the higher education. And here in the United Arab Emirates, Vision 2021, they try to focus on creating a first-rate educational system, focusing on preparing our next generation for the changing society as the priority of the next decades. Actually, it states that we are looking for a progressive national curriculum will extend beyond rote learning to encompass critical thinking and practical abilities, equipping with our youth with essential skills and knowledge for the modern world. Here in the UAE, as we will see, there are 2 very popular business models that we use to emphasize on the international higher education. And the first one, focusing on the collaboration programs between the UAE universities and the international peers, As we all know, as our colleagues they mentioned, here the collaboration takes different ways. One of them is our students, they can study in their home countries for the first 3 years, and in the last year before they graduate, they can go to the host country where they can get a dual degree. And the second example, the second model is using the UAE as an educational hub. Actually, over 33% of our students, they come from abroad, with 56% from Asian countries and 30% from MENA region. And the reason for that, there is a growing preference for international higher education programs among Emirates parents. They are seeking to get higher standards of education for their children. And the other reason that there is a good group of students, Emirati professionals, they already have full-time jobs and they are seeking to complete higher education while pursuing their careers. As a result, these factors has increased the demand of international higher education as indicated by the number of international colleges in the UAE. And to give you a flavor of that, these are some examples of universities. They are located in the UAE, as an example, New York, Sorbonne, Bath, Birmingham, Harriet, Middlesex, Michigan, and Canadian universities. However, as international higher education, the UAE, we're faced with some problems before the pandemic. As an example, the quality assurance and accreditation. Here we are controlled by the different international the quality assurance bodies, and we every year we need to report our process and what we have done. The second thing is the recognition of the awarded qualifications, and at the end, the international higher education, they have to be clever, and they cannot offer what they offer in their home countries. We need to offer something that's relevant to the labor market. The second challenge that international higher education they faced in the UAE, that some students they think that education hubs are simply brand labels only used for marketing purposes. They did not get the international flavor they were looking for. And the sustainability of those organizations, it is questionable. When we moved on to during the pandemic, the current challenges, the first and obvious challenge that we faced here in the UAE, which is similar to what my colleagues previously they mentioned, the internationalization mobility. And here we are talking about two types of mobility: the short-term mobility, like short teaching missions, the research visits, or the conferences. Actually, as we are doing now, the virtual conferences has solved some of the problems. However, some students, because they couldn't travel abroad, they had to register here and enrolled at the beginning of the pandemic, and they stayed put as domestic students rather than they interrupted their studies. However, many students apparently prefer to travel to the host country rather than studying online, and this is one of the reasons why they wanted to study in an international higher education. Actually, we faced a decrease in number of students that they study abroad. In the UAE, the number of students continuing their studies abroad decreased by more than 60%. And here, even in the UAE, number of students registered in international universities based in the UAE has heavily decreased by 30%. The problem is much of the students at both the bachelor and master level, they missed the international experience during the last 2 years. We are hoping that they can catch up next year, but the problem is the host university, they will not be able to accommodate both the new students and the older students who missed the international window in the last year of the students' study. And the other thing is, most of our students in the UAE, when they travel abroad to study, they have scholarships, but unfortunately, as we all know, the public finance will probably get tighter, and that is the reason why many students will not be able to get a scholarship as they used to get before. At the end, the lessons that we learned and some of the suggested solutions, the regulatory framework in the UAE is essential for the success and sustainability of the cross-border activity. Before, the regulations in the UAE did not recognize the online certificates, but recently, with the experience that we have had here in the UAE with online education, recently the online certificates have been approved with certain conditions. The second thing is we to provide the access to the international student for students that cannot travel. That is one of the positives about the pandemic COVID-19. As we have identified a new segment of students, they managed during the last 2 years to get an access to the flavor of the international experience. Before they couldn't travel, but with the tools that we have, they managed to have some of this experience. We need to do something like internationalization without mobility. Here, I don't mean that the virtual alternative will replace the physical international mobility at all. That is not my intention. Actually, we need to have a mixed approach between the two ways of delivering our education to our students. The most important thing is the use of new narratives for international mobility and cooperation. We cannot use the old narratives at all as we used to do before the pandemic. We need to change our mission. We need to change our vision. We need to make sure that we use a new narrative that will focus on new objectives and new advantages of working with us as international education for both the students and parents and public funds. We need to develop a specific academic education for online teaching. We don't want to lose what we gained from using the online teaching. We need to provide support to our faculty members who still they are interested to use these tools. We need to, as international higher education, that we collaborate together and we try to disseminate good practice as we are doing now, as well as the good material. At the end, we hope that we can develop new formats of teaching need to be reflected and measured in the quality assurance and accreditation processes. As we mentioned at the beginning, we are controlled by different quality assurance bodies, and whatever we do and any changes what we do, we have to make sure that it has been reflected in our reports and the accreditation process will meet the quality assurance regulations that we have to follow here in the UAE. Thank you everyone. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Abdallah, for I can see you talk with a lot of passion, and I think I do agree with you what you said there about the lesson learned and the solutions. Now, I really hope all the attendees and I myself actually relate to what you are trying to tell us, and that's excellent, Dr. Abdallah. Thank you very much. Now we shall move to Dr. Gostam, who will actually share with us on transnational education and the post-pandemic world of work. Dr. Gautam, over to you.
Yeah, good morning and good afternoon to all of you present here. Am I audible to all of you? Am I audible?
I can see you, I can hear you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I must thank the organizer for having this international platform on which we are discussing a very, very important issue in higher education, and that too after pandemic, which we all have experienced pandemic, and still some of part of our globe, we are still experiencing it. The fellow panelists, they already shared their views about their own ideas and the kind of higher education system which they have. Is my PPT visible to all of you? Presentable, visible?
Yes, it is to me.
Yes. Okay. Now I'll begin with few points which I have listed to be presented before this August gathering international. Rapid growth of scale and nature of mobility has contributed. Now, these are some things. Expansion of higher education. That's something very interesting. And nowadays we'll find that millions of students, okay, from various countries, they wanted to go abroad for further studies. Even in India, we have many of our students, they wanted to go because what is that, general survey indicates that almost 90% students, they wanted to have international exposure as far as their higher education is concerned. Now, this expansion of higher education that has created this kind of impression among the students, and there is nothing wrong in that. International education brings together diverse perspective, because probably that's the reason why many of our students, they wanted to have international exposure so that they can get diverse perspective to understand higher education. At the same time, my focus will be more on how this diverse perspective help them to create their position in the world of work. Okay, that's a major concern which we have at this juncture. Emergence of global ranking, as Dr. Chin in his presentation very rightly pointed out, that how this expansion of higher education or internationalization of higher education, how it has given some kind of emergence of some competition, competitiveness in global ranking, participate in global ranking. So everybody is trying their level best to meet the requirement of as a competitor at an international level. Then competitiveness in science and technology, that's another very important aspect. Okay, because that competition in science and technology can provide them their space in world of work. Okay. Then we have this critical component of sharing knowledge, because that's again another important things which they learn on this international platform while interacting with each other. They learn this critical thinking, analytical ability, all these things get increased because of various perspectives which they are exposed to. Building intellectual capital, remaining competitive in globalized world. But this is again very important because of like there are countries like India. We have our youth population is that whole you see that overall age of Indians is very young, and India being a source of human resources, maybe for the whole world, and this kind of internalization of education or this kind of transnationals of higher education, that will definitely create a space for Indian youth to participate or to create their position in the world of work. The another important thing, because India being a multicultural society, even in addition to having this internalization or the kind of international exposure, so it will further promote multicultural ideology, multicultural perspective, diverse internationalization outlook among students. Okay, so these are another important aspect which will help them to develop their personality, develop their personality orientation, to understand the world, and they become more free from the kind of social phobia which they are likely to experience. If they have international exposure, so they will get rid of social phobia, social anxiety, right? And value multiculturalism, respect diversity. So that will again have good impact on their overall personality. And even like see to have international exposure, that will also provide them like see kind of future proof, like in spite of difficulties, challenges which they will be having in future, like pandemic. Okay, so this pandemic also has taught them that how to develop that kind of resilience to deal with the kind of challenges which are likely to be created by different aspect, like pandemic is one of them. So future proof, that means once they get exposure at international level, so there's a possibility that they may have that kind of ideas in their mind that whatever they are doing has a future proof. So they will have minimum challenges. So uncertainty can be reduced a little bit because of this kind of internalization. Now this during pandemic, as we all know, that like see information, like when WHO declared this pandemic, so that time there were some scientific information, sometimes misinformation. Okay, so people in general were victim of wrong information also, misinformation also, and even students, they were forced to like see immediately after this pandemic was declared. So all of a suddenly they were forced to from offline learning to online learning, and they were like see particularly young students when they were exploring their personality, exploring their self, exploring their career, educational plan. So all this thing got disturbed, and they were forced to a very restricted atmosphere like home, and then there's a possibility that they were given a lot of restrictions. Don't go out, don't interact with people. Interact means physical interaction, maintain social distance, physical distance and all. So they were like infantilized, like a small children. They were treated at home like a small children. Don't do this. So they were living in don'ts. Okay, so that is like a infantilization of their whole life. And then one side, when they were expecting colleges and universities were expecting them to be matured, like see when online learning, so they were expecting that no, you have to be matured enough, so you have to be online, learn, keep asking questions, keep active yourself on this. So one side infantilization, other side expected maturity from the teacher side and college side. So they were experiencing cognitive complexities in this. One side infantilization, other side for typical adult trying to understand this. So that kind of complexities they experience, and to get rid of this complexity, okay, get rid of these complexities, they had to interact continuously with teachers, with other friends online, and that kind of that has created resilience also. Like so they have learned frustration tolerance, they have learned resilience, they have learned how to deal with uncertainties, they learn how to plan their future, and how to even if their plan get disturbed, how they should adjust and cope with uncertainties. So all these things have have a tremendous impact on their overall personality development, career plans, and even international exposure. Like see now things are becoming little more smooth, than people have started coming back to colleges. Even today where this our Amit University is located in the state of Maharashtra in India. So today they have declared at least you should be free from mask, using mask. So situation is becoming little better, and with precautions, of course. I mean, our students are planning to get back to their original ideas. When you talk about this word of work, because of this career plan, because many of them before pandemic they had their educational plan, career plan, they wanted to enter in word of work, but because of this uncertainty, because of this pandemic, their whole career plans were disturbed. And now replanning or redevelopment of career, I think that's the most challenging task. And if they have to learn from each other, on this international platform, they will be really helping each other to get back to their career plan and create their position again in the world of work to contribute to the economy of our global economy. Can talk in terms of. Then hopes and fears survey indicates that recently conducted by on the platform of National Career Development Association, and they found that, and even today we'll find that the kind of research which indicate that nearly 40% of 32,500 workers in 19 countries think their job will be obsolete within 5 years. So this kind of uncertainty also can create some kind of mental health issue problems later on. And that's why once it is indicating this kind of things can happen in next few years. So I think as a academic institute, as a professional working in this field, I think we should be trying to prevent this kind of things from happening. Right. So there are many other things, but I would like to even explain that. I mean, in India, our Indian government came out with national education policy, which appears as a very liberal national educational policy, and the kind of platform, the kind of space created for international institute to come and start their education in India. So this kind of provision also has been made by Indian government under national education policy. So here, these are some of the points which I would like to share on this particular platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gautam, for sharing with us the actually world of work. I think it's so real with the statistics, and I'm pretty impressed. I think we are doing quite fine with the timing. Now we have about an hour or so for questions. Before I open the questions to the floor, I myself have some questions for the speakers. I will start with the questions, if you don't mind. All ready for questions now? Okay, we know that international education has actually shifted from to a largely virtual environment now. And there are also statistics saying that students, they may like the idea of learning from home or being confined in their home, but also there are studies to say that they actually yearn for the face-to-face environment. And what do you, all the speakers that with like the experience with the education environment of today, what do you think that there are actually, how are we going to sustain? Can we actually sustain this form of online, transformation? We know that there are two significant gaps to address, which is the infrastructure and pedagogy. So with that aside, do you think that we can actually sustain what we are going through now? We basically a lot more emphasis on the digital space. I would like to hear from you. Perhaps you can share with us what is the practice, or what are the practices that actually your universities are actually heading towards, and without, of course, giving away too much of your formula for success. Anyone can go first.
If I might answer this question. Yeah. As I mentioned in my presentation, we have during this pandemic, we identified two groups of students. The first group, those that actually they want to access our international experience. They didn't like the idea that they sit in their home countries as domestic students and learn online. They lost the main reason for them to do this, the service that they wanted. They wanted to interact with another culture. They wanted to practice the other language. And doing that online did not give them that flavor. this group of students, we don't want to lose them. The way that we deliver, we are all learning. The way that we deliver our service to students should be changed. Just to sit there behind the screen and use MS Teams and provide PowerPoint presentation is not helpful at all. Because the moment the presentation finished, there is a disconnection between our students and among each other. Somehow, the way that I managed to solve this problem, I have created groups in my classes, and I made sure that students in my university, they interact with the other group from the other universities on weekly basis and report that to me. The mobility at the beginning was an issue, but fortunately now, as we all know, it is not as difficult as before. Yes, we need to continue using that. That will facilitate our services, but as I mentioned, that we need to learn how can we overcome this problem of interaction between the students among each other. The other segment of students, as we identified, those who already they couldn't travel abroad before the pandemic for different reasons, and they found the virtual learning for an opportunity for them. So we need to work with them. We need to know what they need, what they are looking for, which will be a good way to deliver a new service to our international students. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abdallah. Any other speakers? You want to share your formula for success?
Yeah, Dr. Madeline, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
All right, I would like to add a bit to what have been asked with regards to the question. As I mentioned earlier, at the very beginning, yes, it's quite overwhelming and not many students were coming forward when we went on the virtual platforms. It took them a while. It took us also a while that we had a period where we actually paused. But I think as we bounce back, the question is, you know, what value are we creating? I think that's very key. And the minute the students were able to see some kind of value added, all right? Even without, you know, the sacrifice of not being able to travel, be in another culture, to immerse, to actually be with real activities. I mean, real in terms of, yeah, being in that environment and enjoying fully. So I think we started small, I mean, you know, like smaller activities, and then we build up basically, all right? We escalate and we build up. So in order to, you know, the buy-in was very important, because, you know, how to convince someone that, you know, I mean, I like to travel overseas and you're telling me that, you know, being virtual is the same. So there's no way that I'm convinced. And equally, that was the reaction of the students at the very beginning. But I think adding value and value creation, that helps a bit. And as we move on in word of mouth from their friends that, hey, it's all right to be on the virtual platform. We're enjoying this. We're seeing culture. We are doing dances. We are putting recipes together from Japan or Korean, kimchi, whatever is, you know, and actually when they did a Russian course online with Samara University that we signed them up for outbound, they were very happy with you know, all the cultural activities, and they end up, you know, talking in Russian and over the virtual platform. So to me, I believe that, yes, we need to continue to provide, yeah, the digital space for the students in, but of course in small doses, you know, and we were able to convince them, and that's how more and more students are having that, you know, the confidence in saying, yes, I can still acquire some, if not all, of what physical experience were actually given me. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Zainab. I think I saw Dr. Gautam just now. He raised his hands.
Yes. Yeah, I fully agree with Dr. Zainab. Because initially, when we started shifted on online learning and teaching. So students and even parents were not very comfortable with this. But slowly when they started gaining international exposure and having very well-known resource persons easily available online, so they realized the importance of online learning to some extent, of course. And of course, I mean, discipline like behavioral science, psychology, that cannot be, totally, we cannot teach totally online, because we have to have practicums and field work and actual, emotions and feelings, which we cannot learn through distance. So we must have a combination of both online as well as offline learning to make their experience more interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gautam. Dr. Rinmarsh, you had something to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to reflect on something that Dr. Zainab said right at the very start of the session, and about the need for a personalised approach. And we were talking about this just before the roundtable started in relation to the keynote for the conference. And one of the things that I've been really amazed by, and in any of the virtual opportunities that we've been able to run with our students during the last couple of years, is that because they've now built a toolkit and they understand how to collaborate online, and so the kind of how to do it isn't something that a barrier that you have to get over, or you have to explain to them, and so it's enabled us to really focus our pedagogical approach and to actually enabling the students to take the lead. And the most successful opportunities that I've found that we've created and I've seen other partners create is where students have been identifying what are the issues that are important to them. And I think Dr. Abdullah was talking about that kind of regular weekly contact. Students are identifying what's important to them. They're then able to take the lead in sharing and creating new knowledge. And it's that kind of collaborative approach to learning, and that I think will definitely stay. And as a result of our ability to blend these different approaches of the physical and the digital.
Thank you, Dr. Rinmarsh. I think I saw Dr. Farham just now raise your hand. Dr. Farham, you want perhaps to share your views? Oh, probably I lost him. Well, another question for the speakers. Regulatory or policymakers seem to be determining factor for success in cross-border internationalization. That also says the fate of international higher education is in the hands of the authority. Is there any tip the panel can share on how best to go along with the boundary?
Dr. Madeline, if I can start first.
Sure.
I think there's a hand up, Chin. I think I will let Dr. Chin.
Okay, Dr. Chin, go ahead. Dr. Chin, are you there?
Yeah, I think you need to unmute yourself. Yeah.
The most successful international collaborations in research and teaching, I think the EU would provide a good example. The Erasmus program for student mobility and research programs that they've been running for many decades. That is where the government can help and can determine how their own universities may progress in the international scene, and hence raise their ranking and get staff and students coming to their universities. I don't think, referring to the previous questions, online learning, online contact can only be part of it, part of the supplementary to actual physical contact. I think the UK university experience showed that those students want to get together, pandemic or otherwise. Okay, that's my contribution.
Thank you, Dr. Chin. Dr. Zainab, you want to add something?
I thank you very much, Dr. Madeline. Yeah, going back to what been asked earlier with regards to, in terms of how the perhaps the support, I think it's very key. Before the pandemic, and during the pandemic, I think the same nature of support, the weightage given to internationalization. So I think that if that support continues, and of course we are saying during virtual, yes, the funding is still available, but we're not spending it as much as we should compared to when they are going overseas, right? So 2 years of that amount have actually accumulated because, it's much cheaper to be online, all that. So I think as long as we are creating the momentum, it's continuing. Do not stop that. The spirit. Do not kill that spirit of internationalization. And in fact, like I said, even in our performance, we are seeing that the minute the students are convinced, there is support. Even without them, and we showed them, like, here are some programs, and funding is available. So I think funding is very key, that it's still that same amount, but many more students can actually, like Professor said, there are 2 types of them that would never, on their own will be able to do mobility. But I think with that funding, that support of the top management, that this, it's enough to have the crisis and then not to add on to that crisis with reduction of funding. So I think that was very, very critical at that point, when, the top management of the university was able to see. And I think when we create value, and then the buy-in, and then the what we want to see, the whole ecosystem is supporting that agenda. In terms of that crisis, I think we all came together stronger, to push for that internationalization agenda. Okay.
Totally agree, Dr. Zainab, that funding is ultimately very important, whether it's virtual or face-to-face. Yeah. I have Dr. Gautam. You want to say something?
No, I think there's Dr. Ghazala is waiting for.
Oh, Dr.
Yes.
Ghazala. Yasmin.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Ghazala Yasmin from Amity University, Chhattisgarh. I just wanted to know that, see, when we are talking about higher education, it is not just the interaction between the faculty and student and sharing of knowledge. There is many more peer learning, and there is very much different skill building and attitude and behavioral changes in the student if they are meeting offline. Because it is not only the classroom interaction, it is between the classroom interaction, outside the classroom interaction which happens. And in online learning, this all thing were missing. So the overall development of the students which is required, I don't think was possible with only online learning. Maybe blended mode or hybrid mode would be good for that. I would like to know from all the experts here, what is their opinion on this particular issue. I hope I'm clear.
Anyone wants to add? Dr. Gautam, you want to add to it?
Yes. Now, this is a very, very important question raised by Dr. Ghazala, our colleague from Amity University. Chhattisgarh, right? Yes. Now,
yes,
what you said it correctly, because see, we started this because there's a huge infrastructure which we created, keeping in mind all mandatory requirements, sports ground, all huge infrastructure, buildings, auditorium, seminars, and all. I mean, these are all created for a student to interact with each other, because it is, as you said, as you correctly said, that without interaction, they will not be able to develop their personality characteristics, and that's why we need to have offline learning, teaching, interaction, cultural activities, curriculum. These are all important aspects. So as you suggested that you cannot go in my earlier point which I made. So there also I said that it is not that complete online or complete offline, because new normals that we have to now. Student, like you must have experience in India now. Now students, when they came back to campus now, but they are different. When they came back to campus, they feel that they lost something, very important years of their life, very important years of life. Now they are coming as if they are coming like they were having that hostess feeling. They are coming back, and then now they are looking at the campus that for overall development. So what you said, Dr. Ghazala, it is absolutely important to have offline, and interaction with other peer group impact also is equally important. That's possible only in physical mode. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Totally agree with both of you, Dr. Ghazala and Dr. Gautam. It's so true. I've seen the expression of students, how when they come back, they were like, wow, they're so happy.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yep. Dr. Vidma, she has something to say?
I think Dr. Chin was before me, actually.
No, I've spoken.
Yes,
yes.
So your hand is there. You are raising your hand again. Yeah, it's just.
Okay, great. And so I wanted to just touch on 2 points, and in relation to the question that was just raised. And one is about the kind of the different groups of students that Dr. Abdullah talked about earlier on. And so where we have students who previously perhaps didn't have the confidence, didn't have the financial resources, had something other responsibilities in their lives, and that were preventing them to be able to take opportunities to study or work overseas, then these virtual opportunities are really adding value to their existing experience. And also, if we start to think about the kinds of partnership models that we adopt, and we're looking forward, aren't we, to new types of partnership models. We have a number, I think we have about 5,000 students who are studying online and with us. And so this recognition of exactly what you said about the importance of the physical community around online learning, that maybe leads us to think, okay, maybe our online courses on their own, they're great, they're fantastic. They provide opportunities for students to access education that perhaps they couldn't, but maybe they could be better. So maybe we could be partnering with people and so that we're providing perhaps parts of the core curriculum, and then perhaps our partners are really supporting and building that community, that student community. So in terms of partnerships, I think there's something interesting there. And also going back to your question about regulators, Dr. Zainab talked earlier on about how, as a result of the work that you've done over the last year and at UTIM, you've been able to build in key performance indicators and in order to support the continuation of that. I think that's really important, that's really crucial. And also you see that at a sectoral level, and where there are people who are developing new indexes and for measuring internationalization across universities. And so whether that's the Times Higher Global Impact Rankings or whether that's the Global Engagement Index, all of these things are really useful tools for us to have conversations with the policymakers in our own institutions in order to make sure that we're continuing to value these interactions. Thanks, Madeline.
Thank you, Dr. Vimoch. Well, very, very interesting, actually. You can go on and on and on, I think. Topic. Okay, I'll have to move on to another question. Under the impact of the epidemic, whether the leadership of teachers is also faced with difficulties, especially in the distant learning mode, than in the real classroom, more intuitive management of students' learning? Any take from the speakers?
Madeline, say that again. We didn't hear the question. Yeah.
Under the impact of the epidemic, whether the leadership of teachers is faced with difficulties, especially in the distant learning, than in the real classroom, more intuitive management of students' learning.
Yeah, if you allow me, if I understood the question well, to be honest, I think we all faced with the same problem. I work as a deputy dean, but I deliver some classes as well. We at the beginning, we didn't like it was difficult for us to sit behind the screen and interact with our students. It is not the same experience as when we get into a physical class and we do it face to face and see the interaction, which is missing, to be honest. We missed this interaction between us and our students. When we came back, interestingly, we came back to physical classes, because now we return back to deliver the classes on campus. We found that students, they asked us to keep using the MS Teams as well. So what I do in the class, I talk to my students, and at the same time, I use the MS Team to record our classes. Recording our classes has given us has given the opportunity to students for a continuous learning. So if they miss something in the class, they can come back to the recording and they listen to what they missed. That was very interesting, to be honest. It is difficult for us as instructors. I am one of those. I need to focus on one thing. I cannot focus on two things. But it is interesting that we need to work on that, because it is not the same, as I mentioned. Physical classes, for me, is essential, and we cannot replace it with virtual learning. But the thing is, we need to work on virtual learning to know how we can enhance it to make sure that our students, they are happy and we are happy as well. Thank you.
So agree with you, Dr. Abdallah. Dr. Chin?
Yes, I just want to say that as a lecturer myself before in Sheffield, even before the pandemic, we were asked for our permissions for our lectures to be recorded. The students liked to be physically present, but they also like to have the ability to catch up in case they fall asleep during the lectures. So that happens before the pandemic, right? But nonetheless, the lecturers, I think that especially the older ones like me, didn't like it at all. I think that's a trend. Pandemic or otherwise, all the lectures will be given online as well as in a physical lecture theater. And so I say, in terms of internationalization, right, the ability to take options from another university, right, that will provide a good opportunity for students to learn something completely different. Right? And that got to be online, of course.
Totally agree with you, Dr. Chin. How about Dr. Gautam?
Yes, Dr. Medlanap, you really asked a very challenging question for the teacher, because why it is challenging? Because when we shifted from a physical mode to virtual mode, so in physical mode, our ethical issues for a teacher, that once they entered the classroom, they were supposed to unmute the students in physical mode, keep asking questions. But in online mode, as soon as we entered online virtual mode, we used to mute them. You have muted them. I think that's something which is unethical on online, and there were no other options available for us. So that was the biggest challenge for us. Thank you.
So true, Dr. Gautam. Yeah. I see Dr. Farham Ahmad. Please go ahead.
Yes, first of all, Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I want to give you my introduction. My name is Farhan Ahmed, and I am from Pakistan. And nowadays, I am studying in master degree, electrical and electronics engineering in Turkey. I want to say that online education is good, but for technical students, online education is not so much beneficial, because for technical students, teacher has to do something more practically, in labs, and in other way he can show the other equipment in his classroom. But online, the teacher is studying, giving lecture, but the students are not keep focusing, and students are even busy in other works. Someone are laying, someone are sleeping, someone are talking. So that's why online education cannot be good for the students. Because I am a master student, I am living in a hostel, I see so many students, they are not focusing to the study, they are just passing the time. Because the student also, teacher also saying who is online, who is not online, so they are just passing the time. So that's why education criteria will be less, and the job opportunities and the learning way will be less. These are my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Faham, for your insight. Dr. Britmarsh, you have something to say?
I wanted to come back to your question about leadership. So there was something that Dr. Gautam mentioned in his presentation earlier on, about when the complexity of the situation, both in terms of kind of your own head during the pandemic, but also in terms of kind of managing the situation you're experiencing. And you were talking, Dr. Gautam, about the way that students, one of the ways that students were able to navigate that, deal with that, and build their resilience were interactions. And I would just say that it's been the same for staff. So the opportunity to be able to connect across the other side of the world, to share experiences, and to realise, just as in the conversation that we're having today, that we're all experiencing the same challenges, and then to collaborate together and to provide solutions. So actually, internationalisation has been one of the tools, certainly for me, in helping teams and to navigate these challenges in the classroom. So we're in a good part of the higher education business, I think.
Thank you, Dr. very much. There's Kumarashwari Subramaniam. You want to say something?
The International University. Yeah, actually, I'm a lecturer and also the head of program. So not only I faced some challenges, but also my other colleagues. So where we have like many international students. So the challenges sometimes it will be where we have like a different time zone. So the students at times, like especially on the quizzes or assessments, they just think about like the time at their country. So they miss whatever at like what is happening in Malaysia. And they also like some incidents where students had like perhaps like a riot in their city, so they was not able to attend the final exam. So we need to cross-check with the newspapers and all those things. So it was actually a tedious process. So it will be like a much more easier if they are actually in campus. And they also were like in terms of sometimes class discussion. Of course, we will be recording the videos so they can just go and replay. But at times, like we need like in order to meet the learning outcomes where the student need to actually talk. Okay, so when we are the discussion, so there were issue on this because sometimes they have issue on the microphone, sometimes like they will never on the camera. So sometimes when we ask them, like they have like an easy answer, okay, something wrong with my connection. So sometimes we don't know which is the genuine one, which is not the genuine one. So it was quite challenging actually. And now, of course, like 2 years on in Malaysia since they implemented the MCO. So until now, we still like face this kind of issues. So really looking forward to go back and see the students face to face. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'll move on to another questions that I have in front of me. How to build the trust and confidence between two universities when they can't have meeting face to face before they even establish a collaborative relationship? The speakers probably can give me some insight.
Dr. Madeline, can I start first?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, I think, like I mentioned earlier, with regards to we were all in the same boat. I mean, everyone was not spared of the COVID-19, and everyone was actually looking at, some common solutions on, especially offices of international affairs, international offices in universities, so what we did was, for example, we partners that were so used to doing physical mobility with us, that's like I said, so we had to touch base with our partners. We have to keep the communication channel open and knocked on the doors virtually, meaning, email one another. And for example, like, are you guys going virtual? Are you guys, next semester, are you going hybrid, face-to-face? What's going on? So I think that was the very beginning of, trying to connect. I think the key word was trying to connect. So that's what we did, because we wanted to know what's happening with our partners, right? So when we emailed and we, learned that, oh, okay, and they go, okay, let's have a, sometimes it's called speed dating or, Google Meet and different platforms. So that was the beginning, I think. It started out like that, and we didn't know what to expect. I mean, now that we're on the virtual platform, and slowly from those meetings, all right, we were talking about very kind of like common things that we've heard before during physical, and we're like, oh, okay, we can do exchange. We can do virtual summer programs. Would your students be interested? So I think it was the conversations. We open up the conversations, and it's just not a one way, but we were able to wait for how our partners, where do they stand? Are they willing to reciprocate the offer, or are we just thinking about ourselves and so forth? I think the constant checking and connecting, and then that leads to very substantial. So like I said, it was a build up, building up the blocks, and then we were confident enough, and there were a lot of surprisingly MOUs that were signed, that were actually signed virtually. So I thought, compared to that physical, so I think one of my earlier statement that I made about how, it was, not to say it got easier, but somehow the platform, facilitates that. And there can be 2 or 3 at the same time, because, so this morning was this continent, and then there was like another one coming up in the afternoon, or with 5 partners ready to, to be signing virtually. So the, it became different variations, which you would never thought that it would actually happen. So I think that was how we actually knocked on, in our current partners, and along the way, building that trust, and then, finding new partners during the virtual platforms. That was successful also. So I think because everyone was looking, it was in search of that, that formula, so let's ask around. And when we ask around, I think my own experience and our institution, so we were very happy that existing partners were able to reciprocate our proposals, our interests, and then likewise when they had proposals also to us. So I think that was how we went about it in terms of building that trust with our partners.
Yeah, Dr. Zainab, I just agree, because I think I have not seen so many agreements being, drafted, and MOUs were drafted, beside pandemic period. It is overwhelming, and it's mind-boggling at times. And we think that we cannot do that, but actually we do that. Yeah. Thank you for insight, Dr. Zainab. I'll move on to a question for Dr. Whitmarsh. Your dual degree mode of Portsmouth and ECU is interesting and truly a good example of mobility enabler, I would say that. Can you probably explain to us a little bit more details on the third party involvement?
So I think, Dr. Madeline, you're referring to are you referring to the future plans and for the dual degrees model? And so at the moment the model is entirely reciprocal. There's no money that exchanges hands between the two institutions, and we both agree and between ourselves on a number of places that we will make available on each of the programs, and it's not fixed, but it gives us something to work with, and then if we find that there's a huge amount of interest, we can increase that, and what we're looking to do at the next step, is, as well as students spending 2 years in one institution, then having that opportunity to swap over, we're looking at models of where we can introduce a third party, and so that students from can. The whole package and from the UK and Australia could be offered to students from a third party. So those students would be able to decide where they start. They might start in Australia, they might start in Portsmouth, but they would be able to pick up that whole package. But it's very, very early stages, because another opportunity, of course, might be to kind of move towards an approach where we start to build a consortia. And I think Dr. Chin talked about some examples of that earlier on. And so we might find that we've got students who are spending kind of 1 year in one institution, 1 year in another institution, and then 1 year in a third institution. So it's very early days for us at the moment, but what we recognise is that there's a real strength to the disciplinary offering, and that's been created by creating a joined curriculum between the two institutions, and that can only get stronger and by involving more partners going forward. ECU, for example, have a branch campus in Sri Lanka, and so that's one of the opportunities being explored.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Whitmarsh. We listened to a lot of things about funding, has been mentioned multiple times in different sessions. To enable cross-border internationalization, affordability and perhaps alternative of funding raising may play a role. I would appreciate some views from the panel. Anything that you can add on to that?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Funding, funding has been actually mentioned in very different sessions during this conference. To enable cross-border internationalization, affordability and perhaps alternative of funding may be one of the roles to play. I would actually appreciate views from the panels.
I would say from the chalk blackboard end of the thing. Right. My international students usually come from this year abroad program. That's one source. The other one is Erasmus, when Britain was still in the UK, EU, Erasmus programs. Right? And these are examples of different kind of funding. Erasmus, centrally funded year abroad agreement between two universities. Dr. Whitmarsh mentioned that they don't charge, there's no fees involved, no money involved, right? In fact, I think for the year abroad program for Sheffield with some American universities, we charge them a small amount of fees for the Sheffield part. Right? Actually, we try to help them indirectly in terms of their costs. Right? So that program, year abroad, at the beginning, at least for engineering, mechanical engineering, it wasn't very popular because they spent 1 year in North America, and they have to cover the cost themselves, the students, right? Apart from the fees, which the university can help, but that, I think, has always been a big hindrance. The students themselves have to find the cost. whilst the Erasmus program, with funding from EU, it has encouraged tremendous mobility for students across EU. And for Asian universities, I would think different governments have to come to an agreement on funding this kind of cross-border mobility for it really to take off. Thank you.
Dr. Zainab?
All right, my take is when we talk about funding, as I mentioned before, there's no one, what we call fixed model. As we move on to see, the level of uncertainties and expectations, I think we started to look at different sources of funding. For example, that we are very glad, for example, for Malaysian universities that participates in what we call the ASEAN International Mobility for Students under SIMEORI head. So that funding has been very consistent over time, where all the governments in the SIMEORI head, put in a fund, and it's called AIMS program. So that runs according to, before COVID and after, during COVID and whatnot. And then, of course, at UiTM itself, we've created what we call, of course, we can't rely on the government funding for mobility. So we've created a fund called the UiTM Student Mobility Fund, where we have matching grant. And of course, for students who are really, so there are different levels of funding. So those who can fully afford it would probably not enjoy full funding, all right? And those who are really in need and at financially disadvantaged would definitely be supported full funding. So there are categories of that, and I think to be fair and to be inclusive in the way we approach how we actually go about using the funding. And then also like Erasmus, but here we look at also programs that are offered by, let's say, the US Embassy on different, scholarships that students can actually apply for. So we do encourage that, we facilitate that. Recently, the SEEDS program for ASEAN and Canada. So we're glad we've been very consistent, and that's a fully funding program. And the number of students have actually increased, and we are seeing that trend with that. So we hope, there are also what we call mutual reciprocal arrangements. Say if our partner is saying, okay, that this is the amount, and then, accommodation is free, and we will do the same thing also. So that's always that negotiation, continuous negotiation, and the mutual understanding of, how we go about. Of course, students pay at their respective universities, but there are other things like accommodation. If it's given by the partner, then we have to reciprocate. We have to honor that in that arrangement. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zainab. I think there's a Dr. Lin who raised his hand. Dr. Lin, you want to say something?
Thank you. Just to add, I think from the European universities part, from the European continent, there is also grants next to Erasmus Plus, what already mentioned earlier. At the moment, there's also Horizon Europe, which is the successor of Horizon 2020, which is also the long story from FP7, for instance. There used to be a grant called Tempus for developing a new program in collaboration with other universities. And there was even Tempus for Arab Spring about 10 years ago. I think Dr. Abdullah still remember that. So that's something that from the European continent, possibilities for developing this program together, not only because for this program, not only that it provides the opportunities for students to join as using this as scholarship, but there is also possibilities for even developing this program together with the partner universities. Just want to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lin. Dr. Lai?
Well, let's Briony go first. Yeah, Briony, over to you first.
That's really kind, thank you. I was just going to add that from the UK perspective, since the UK exited from the European Union, and we have a new scheme that's run by the government, which is called the Turing Scheme. And one of the brilliant opportunities that's presented to us within the sector is to be able to fund students to take short-term mobilities. And so there's been a lot of case studies, and our sectoral body has published those in order to influence universities to realise the benefits for students taking a mobility for 2 weeks or 4 weeks, for example. But for us with the dual degrees programme, Turing is perfect, and because we can identify the number of students that we have registered for these year-long mobilities, we can then bid for that funding within the government programme, and then we can assure students as we're recruiting to those programmes, don't worry, we're going to be able to support you with that funding for that programme. Thank you.
Thanks. Well, I just have another perspective of this. You know, historically, I think Asian students, we are very much looking towards the West. You know, I think the transnational education started with a lot of the Western universities coming to the Asian region to recruit students. And of course, affordability is always an issue. But this funding topic, I guess that yes, we can do what we are offering with our partner. You know, we provide the same thing if you provide the same to my students. But I think the key issue is that the attractiveness of the Asian region in general, may not be there for the European students. I think there are statistics that I have read saying that there are a lot more students from Asia leaving the regions to the other side of the world, to other continents of the world, and Europeans, you know, Australia or UK, Europe is always the very popular destinations. We don't see that interest of those students coming to this part of the world instead. You know, is there anything that the panel would have some views at how you can encourage more students wanting to come to this part of the world? And if they are coming here, what are they looking forward to
well,
get
if
this kind of program? Yeah.
Sorry, if I may just quickly respond to that. I'm not sure if that's the case, because at the moment we are having a collaboration with Hong Kong PolyU for exchange. And for some reasons, we can only limit only having 3 students, but there are 10 applicants, 10 students, 10 of our students from the Netherlands who want to go to Hong Kong. So I'm not sure if that's the case actually, because our students, or in general, students from Europe, they are interested in having other kind of like experience going to Asia actually.
Dr. Vivash, you say something to say?
I was just going to support that point. We've recently been talking to our students and saying, you know, if you would like these kinds of opportunities, where would you like to go? And actually, Southeast Asia in particular, is really popular within the student population, and that's partly because of their cultural understanding. And so, of course, we all know about K-pop, for example, and so students are very familiar with you know, their understanding of South Korean culture in particular, but their ability to interact online that has been increasing over time, and then was kind of really hyper intensified during the period of pandemic, means that many of them have actually become more globally aware and are really kind of looking to the leadership that some countries and within the ASEAN region, for example, are displaying. So, for example, approaches to sustainability, this is something that's really attractive as a motivating factor for students to come and learn kind of how that's done.
Thank you. Dr.
Yeah, if I may to that, Prof. Chin's concern, I think, you know, in general, the post-pandemic, or we are seeing a very positive upward trend of students applying to come to Malaysia to study, and that's like the academic program and also we were looking at even before the borders are open, partners are actually already asking how soon their students can actually come physically, and I think a few universities have already started their so-called short-term summer programs for 2 weeks. So I think those are all good indicators that it's definitely the magnet or the pulling factor, are showing some kind of progress there. And of course, I think what Malaysia has to offer in particular, right? And of course, I mentioned earlier when we look at the strategic regionalization and so how we focus smaller, and then the ASEAN so I think that's definitely going to pick up very soon. Yeah.
Dr. Abdullah, you want to share?
Yeah, simple thing to add. Not just the students, they are interested. Actually, talking to my colleagues here and in UK, I have noticed many of my colleagues, including myself, we have become more interested to work in Asia and to get some experience there. So everyone is interested to visit Asia and to get some experience and interact with the Asian culture. Thank you.
Right. Well, I presume that the purpose of this kind of mobility has probably switched a little bit as well. Hearing from all the panel members just now, we used to go to another country for the technologies, for the knowledge, for the advancements of their education provisions. But it seems that Asia now, of course, economically, I think Asia region is growing, and culturally, from a cultural perspective, I guess that this is something where that a lot more Westerners would like to explore. So may I conclude? The purpose therefore has actually switched from what we were looking forward to last time on technology and advancements. Now coming back to a more humanity ground on the cultural perspective bit. So we should be therefore looking at more immersion, cultural immersion kind of program versus the let us talk about technology that bit. I guess that is probably the trend.
I guess to me, I think there is affordability is one of those very main key issues at the end of the day. In terms of currency and all that, I think that's one of those pulling factor why we all actually wanted to go to the basically east. So I think in some form, cultural plays a very important part as well as actually affordability.
And if I may just add, I completely agree with you, Dr. Lai. Completely agree with you, and I think the Sustainable Development Goals provide us a really kind of useful way of focusing these conversations, and they've come up and in most people's examples and through the case studies that have been shared today. But students are acutely feeling the challenges that the world is facing, and recognizing the fact that in their particular location they don't have all the answers, or perhaps the people that are older than them in their particular location don't have all the answers, and they're really committed to expanding their horizons, sharing ideas, sharing knowledge. Exactly as you say, not because they're trying to learn a new technology because they're interested in earning more money necessarily, though that's always a motivating factor, but they're interested in making a difference to their societies, and they recognise that that's a way of doing it. So I think you've raised a really valuable point there.
Well, I'll look at the time, and it's just 1 minute to closing. Before I just close, I have something to ask the panel with respect to change of policies. I heard from you come from India, UAE, England, and Malaysia. Do you share with us the last thought on the change of policies of recruitment, and also as well as how you're getting these students, especially their visa and all that. So panel, please.
Well, if I can start from Malaysia.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you for allowing Malaysia to go first. All right. All right. Well, I think, you know, in light of what we have actually experienced and, you know, over time, for example, the Malaysian higher education internationalization policy for the last 10 years is its work in progress, is being reviewed, and feedback has been given from all stakeholders, and a lot of issues have been addressed pertaining to, you know, making Malaysia a more attractive, a more affordable. What is important at the end of the day is the ultimate student experience in, you know, being in Malaysia. So a lot of issues that we've heard being actually negotiated. We have proposed, for example, being on the task force of the new creating, you know, the next 10 years, the policy on internationalization of higher education in Malaysia, that some of the things, you know, agencies having to come together as and what we call a combined instead of individual agencies. So agencies are now synergizing, connecting themselves, integrating in you know, in coming up with, you know, a very what we call a more friendlier, a more pleasant experience for students and so forth. So I hope we will look forward towards you know, the next 10 years of the policy that's been reviewed for internationalization of higher education in Malaysia. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Zainab. Anyone to add before I close? Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your valuable insight. I learned so much today. You know, we know that change is ever present, and there will be other unexpected or disruptive events that will affect the operation of higher education internationalization, which present both challenges and possibilities. Our knowledge of internationalization will never be perfect, but continues to improve, and its relevance and sustainability will grant the internationalization of higher education in future. So I hope to see you all, and all the best. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, everyone.
Before we conclude, maybe just request all our guests who are here with us, let's take a virtual picture. Yeah, we will have our colleagues assisting us. Prof. Chu or Eddie.
Hello, hi, it's me again.
Hey.
Okay, you have 30 seconds to switch on your camera and to put some makeup again.
It might be too late for that.
Yeah. Yes, it's a bit too late now.
A quick one, lipstick maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, counting for 3 and then please smile for 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good evening, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good to see everyone again. Thank you. Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Madeline.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Amity University has been ranked among the top 3% universities globally by QS and Times Higher Education, the world's leading university ranking organizations. It has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for the past 7 years. Amity has also set a new standard of academic excellence in India by becoming Asia's only not-for-profit university to be awarded US Regional Accreditation, as well as India's only university to be accredited by the UK's Quality Assurance Agency for Higher Education. The university is part of the not-for-profit Amity Education Group, established more than 2 decades ago. Today, the group is home to over 175,000 brilliant students, pursuing over 400 programs in 60 diverse disciplines across 9 universities and 26 schools. Amity Group's vision of establishing a global knowledge network has led to establishing international campuses in London, Singapore, Dubai, New York, San Francisco, Amsterdam, Abu Dhabi, Sharjah, Tashkent, Mauritius, Nairobi, and South Africa. Amity's strong focus on research and innovation has led to the filing of more than 1,200 patents, which, according to the Controller General of Patents in India, is the highest number of patents filed by any individual Indian university. Amity is also engaged in conducting more than 300 high-end government-funded as well as international research projects, including those funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, United States Agency for International Development, and the Leverhulme Trust UK. In the field of management, the university has developed more than 2,500 case studies in recent years that have been bought in 106 countries by over 2,300 leading institutions and organizations. The university has also pioneered the concept of industry-led institutions, where leading organizations such as the multinational conglomerate Tata, the UK's Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, and the Confederation of Indian Industry (CII) have set up institutions in partnership with Amity on campus. Attracting some of the most brilliant students, Amity has instituted India's largest private scholarship programs, benefiting over 25,000 students. These students are blazing a trail of success, having filed over 100 patents and published 1,500 Scopus-indexed research papers. It has also awarded over 2,000 PhD fellowships to brilliant researchers to carry out path-breaking research in thrust areas that will impact the development of the country. The award-winning Innovation Incubator on campus has nurtured more than 100 companies and attracted investments of over $40 million. The campus also has many high-end research centers, including ones set up with Nobel laureates.
Welcome to all dignitaries on dais, academic researchers, research scholars, students, honorable chief guests, respected director ma'am, faculties, and all our esteemed guests of honor. For this validatory gathering of International Higher Education Conference IHEC 2022. We are really honored to have our well-acclaimed guests of honor and treasured invitees and revered teachers. My name is Karishma Mathur with my co-host Parthavi Singh representing Amity Business School, Mumbai. And it's a pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory gathering of 3rd International Conference of Amity Business School in hybrid mode in collaboration with INTI International University, Malaysia, and Islamic University of Maldives to host this global conference at Amity Business School, Mumbai. Event of day 1 was attended by more than 300 participants live at Amity University, Mumbai, with virtual presence of more than 250 participants on MS Teams and more than 50 participants on Zoom from across the world. It is one of the biggest events imbibing massive engrossment of time, participation, global connectivity, and presence of esteemed, well-acclaimed personalities and esteemed prestigious universities. We wholeheartedly welcome all the delegates across the world present today in virtual mode amid the pandemic. We are also honored to have a very diverse group of invited speakers and moderators from 19 institutions from 12 countries in different continents of the world to share their vision and views on their respective themes. To name some of the countries like Malaysia, Maldives, Indonesia, Vietnam, Taiwan, Netherlands, Kazakhstan, Bangladesh, Hong Kong, India, Thailand, Australia, China, UAE, UK, and Pakistan. We would now be requesting guests of honors and dignitaries to occupy their position on dais. We would now like to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to all our dignitaries. Our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. A.W. Santosh Kumar, Sir. We would now like to extend a warm welcome to Registrar Sir, Dr. H.R. Vyas. A warm welcome to the officiating HOI and Director, Amity Business School, Amity University, Mumbai, Dr. Bhavna Sharma. We would also like to extend our warm and heartfelt welcome to all the dignitaries present with us virtually. A humble request to all our esteemed guests of honors to allow us to commence with the event. Yeah. Thank you so much for your blessings. It's our great honor to invite the Honorable Chancellor of Amity University, Maharashtra, Dr. Asim K. Chauhan, Sir. Dr. Chauhan is the Chancellor of Amity University and a trustee of the non-for-profit Amity Education Group, which includes 10 world-class universities, 25 schools and preschools, 150 top-ranked institutions, and 15 international campuses across London, Singapore, New York, San Francisco, Seattle, China, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Romania, Amsterdam, South Africa, Mauritius, Kenya, and Uzbekistan, and 50 campuses in India with over 175,000 students. A truly global citizen, Dr. Chauhan has spent nearly 2 decades in Europe and more than 1 decade in the US. Now, we would proceed with the ceremony by seeking blessings from His Excellency, Honorable Chancellor, Sir, in his absentia. It is our great honor to invite Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Mumbai, Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma. He is also the founder Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, Gwalior. Under his able leadership, Amity University, Madhya Pradesh has grown by leaps and bounds and has been adjudged the best private university in Madhya Pradesh by CMAI in 2014 and thereafter for 3 consecutive years from 2017 to 2019. In the NIRF rankings announced in April 2020, Amity University, Madhya Pradesh is amongst the only 2 private universities of Madhya Pradesh to have been ranked. thus making it one of the best private universities of Madhya Pradesh as per NIRF. He has also been instrumental in introducing a host of best practices aimed at fostering academic excellence in the university, seeking blessings from His Excellency, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, in his absence here.
Now, it's our great honor to invite Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Maharashtra, Dr. A.W. Santosh Kumar, Sir. Dr. Kumar is a renowned researcher and academician with a total of 30 years of experience both in India and in the US. He had held various academic positions, including the Dean Academic Affairs, Dean Accreditations in the universities in the United States. Further, he also held positions of Vice Chancellor in charge and Pro Vice Chancellor in Indian universities. He is currently sitting adjunct faculty in University of London, University of Nottingham, UK, California University of Science and Medicine, USA, National University, South Korea, National University of Singapore. Sir, we would request you to enlighten us with a few words. Sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Vice Chancellor, dignitaries in the dais, Registrar Dr. Vyas, appreciating HOI Dr. Bhavana Sharma, the head of the departments, the faculty members, the international guests who have joined from 4 different universities, the participants, and my dear students. It's indeed a pleasure to be both inaugurating as well as concluding this 2 days of international conference, which mainly focuses on business with special perspective to the pandemic, starting and the ending of the pandemic, and talking about in 4 different roundtables, mainly focusing on the internationalization and the trades, that whether the regular times will come or not. And those of you who have attended all the 4 roundtables would have already come to know that in 4 different countries where the participants are and the roundtable panelists are, the academic setup is on insult by pandemic in the same way. At the same day, at the same time, I should certainly say that it is India where we have come out of that cocoon with regard to the academic insult, starting up colleges offline, and then bringing about the resilience back. This is indeed a very great trait of each and every Indian that we should be very much appreciative of. Amity Business School, by the name itself, you know that it stands on the nerves of Amity universities, because the tycoons who had initiated the founding principles mainly had started the business schools in Amity institutions. And Amity business schools are flagship schools within the university campuses everywhere, no matter if it is going to be the 12 campuses nationally or the other 12 campuses internationally. And there are exclusive business schools which are out and bounds of the Amity university campuses, which exclusively caters to the business administration part. And you are representing one among them with regard to the Mumbai campus. And I would certainly am very happy to note that the Amity Business School has initiated this 2 days of conference, bringing together the 4 different universities from 4 different places, and many peers of high national and international repute to be the panelists. And I really congratulate the Amity Business School, the appreciating HOI, faculty members, and the participants for making this a grand success. The second important thing is what is that we have culminated in this 4 roundtable conference, though it is going to be a review back of the COVID insult. It mainly focuses on the internationalization, which is more important nowadays with regard to the academic business is concerned. I'm talking about people who are going abroad to study and how things are coming in. And we had gotten new ideas. And I think all the 4 universities who had participated in this roundtable had been awestruck by the current work that Amity University Mumbai is doing with regard to the internationalization programs. And I really congratulate each and everyone, especially the appreciating HOA, for taking up this opportunity in placing on record what are the international programs that we are currently focusing on to bring up more collaborations from all the 4 universities. So I really thank you all for coming in, and we are just concluding this part. And this is one among the pinnacle of glory that we have achieved. And again, thank you so much for participating as well as representing Amity Business School.
It is an immense pleasure for us that you joined our event and bestowed us by being guest of honor. Your precious time was of great importance for us. Thank you, sir.
Now, it is our great honor to invite the guest of honor, Dr. Ing Ying Lai from Malaysia, to address the audience. Dr. Lai is the Pro Vice Chancellor at INTI International University, Malaysia, and the founder member of the Asian Society for Engineering Education. Through extensive work in partnership with foreign partner universities and regional education institutions, she has an in-depth understanding of the cultural differences in the management practice of students from different backgrounds. The responsibilities and skills that she has harnessed accrued from being a program coordinator to head of school to the founding dean of a successful and large engineering faculty in Malaysia. With 20 years of experience in the higher education industry in Malaysia and Singapore, her work in the educational establishment necessarily entailed business development and growth management, partnership management and contract negotiation, resource management, strategic industrial partnership management, curriculum design and development, quality monitoring and review, management of day-to-day operation. Ma'am, we would request you to enlighten us with a few words, being virtually present.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be here. Thank you again for inviting me and some of our speakers from the International Higher Edu Conference just concluded a while ago. And it is indeed a pleasure that we are able to come together and share our insights, share our wisdom, share our visions, and also our experiences on what we have done for the past 2 years fighting the pandemic as institutions, and of course, what we would envision the higher education would be for the next, well, I would say from now onwards. Yeah, Malaysia now is entering the endemic, and we are very pleased that the border is now open, and we are all now welcoming students, tourists, anybody coming into Malaysia. Just to share a bit of insight about this conference, we all thought that it is timely that we gather senior leaders of different layers. Of course, we are talking about the policies and the decision maker like the VCs and the DVCs and presidents, rector, which give their perspective about the strategy formulations for the future. And meanwhile, we also have another group of leaders who are at the ground fighting with the pandemic in school. Not dealing with the pandemic, but in a way, continue or ensuring the continuity of education in respective campuses of their own. So from there, we look into different perspectives of teaching and learning, research, international initiative, and of course, we are also talking about the well-being of students, of staff in general, the change of behavior as well about the community of the university. And today, before we came in here, we actually had a very pleasant sessions also this morning, talking about how can we look at different options for students to be having the international flavor without having to leave their own country. Given the experience that we have had in the past 2 years, the lockdown, we have no choice, but we have all come into the virtual mobility program. We have a virtual lecture virtual international lecture as well. So there are a lot of these kind of initiatives being discussed in the morning sessions. And of course, we are talking about perspective of different countries. So that is really very, very eye-opening for me as well. And of course, just now, we have Dr. Gautam as well with us, also sharing a little bit more about the cross-border internationalizations from the perspective of India, from Amity. And at the same time, we also have other guests of speakers from the UK, from UAE, from Australia, and of course from Malaysia as well, sharing with us their own perspective about how the change of the economical landscape, the political landscape, as well as the pandemic has then make us think about what else can we do to restore the confidence of the students, the scholars, to come onto the cross-border internationalizations again. And not forgetting that we are also talking about possible business model that will make international higher education sustainable and viable in future. With that, I do once again thank you, Amity University, for being our collaborators. We have learned a lot from you as well, and it is really a great pleasure working with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. It's an immense pleasure for us that you've joined our event and bestowed us by being guest of honor. Your precious time is of great importance to us. Thank you so much, ma'am.
It is our great honor to invite the guest of honor, Dr. Andrew Lim, to address the audience virtually. Dr. Lim is Professor of Technopreneurship and Innovation at Hotel School, The Hague, Netherlands. He is the chair of the research group of focusing on technology innovation and entrepreneurship for the hospitality industry, in particular, the influence of disruptive technology innovation on the development of entrepreneurship in hospitality industry. His currently main research topics are implementation and impact of artificial intelligence and blockchain in hospitality industry. He is also the head of HTH Entrepreneurship Hub that supports entrepreneurship and intrapreneurship in the hospitality industry. Next to his research activities, he also teaches strategic management and innovative entrepreneurship course to the final year student, as well as supervising the final graduation projects. Dr. Lim holds a bachelor's in mechanical engineering, master's in international business, and a PhD in industrial engineering and innovation science from Eindhoven University of Technology, the Netherlands. Sir, we would request you to enlighten us with your kind words.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you again for inviting to this wonderful event the last 2 days. It's been an honor to be here and to share some views, some experience as well in terms of how we as a university in Europe also deal with our education and our development of the education, both at national and international experiences. We try, of course, as we all know, in the past 2 years, been difficult period, difficult time for everyone in education, not only in education, of course, but also in industry, and how we try to collaborate with industry very closely in recovering and getting back from this difficult situation. And of course, as you might also know, when at the moment we are in a way already crawling back to normal from the pandemic, yet another issue is coming, at least for us in Europe, which is the situation in Ukraine, which we also try to deal at the moment. We try to also implement, we try to support our community, our students who might be impacted because of that. And we are trying to take that into account as well in developing our curriculum further. And of course, it's still our ambition to grow and to expand our collaboration internationally. And I guess that's this event would be one of the platform to have potential partners. Thank you very much again, and wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your words of wisdom. It is an immense pleasure for us that you have joined our event and bestowed us by being guest of honor. Your precious time is of great importance for us. Thank you so much, sir.
Now, it is our great honor to invite the guest of honor, Dr. S.V. Chin, to address the audience. Dr. Chin is an honorary senior lecturer and honorary admissions tutor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, the University of Sheffield, United Kingdom. He has lectured for over 30 years to undergraduate and postgraduate students in top-rated research-led departments. Dr. Chin has also been the undergraduate admissions tutor for international students for about 15 years. He has extensive experience of the admissions requirement and procedure in the United Kingdom, universities, and has detailed knowledge of university entrance qualifications from all over the world. His interdisciplinary research work with other engineers and scientists has informed and enabled him to provide valuable advice to prospective students on their choice of degree program and career. Dr. Chin was also the coordinator for the International Partnership and Twinning Programs for Mechanical Engineering at Sheffield University, United Kingdom. Sir, we would request you to enlighten us with a few words.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here to share some of my experiences with you. Now, I'm honorary now because I retired from Sheffield University. I'll let you know the kind of partnerships we've been working on and possibly looking forward to having in the future. We started with a twinning program, sharing our syllabuses with the newer universities and enabling the students from, say, Malaysia to have another route to progress to British University. Now that helps at one time, and now we are looking at, as with other British universities, a joint degree program, a dual degree program, or to a lesser extent, articulation. But I think these kind of programs, they do have rather limited lifetime. What I'm thinking of now, looking for collaboration, partnerships, more like within the Asian universities. With the pandemic, it's taught us that it's possible to collaborate online. And this collaboration can extend to sharing expertise, sharing teaching facilities. And these are important in attracting students. I think for most, whether it's public or private universities, international collaboration will be an attractive feature for potential students. And I'm sure there are lots of potentials, not only with collaborating with European or American, Australian universities, but within the Asian context. So with that, I will end my speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. It is an immense pleasure for us that you've joined our event and bestowed us by being our guest of honor. Your precious time is of great importance to us. Thank you so much, sir.
It is a great honor to invite the guest of honor, Dr. Abdullah. He's an associate professor in Business Information System at College of Business, Al Ain University, UAE. He completed his PhD in Knowledge Management and Data Mining from the University of Greenwich in London, UK. In 2008, Dr. Abdullah was appointed to the University of Greenwich as a senior lecturer in Business Information and Technology Department and took on the additional role of Program Director for BA Business Administration and BSc Information and Communication Technology. In 2016, Dr. Abdullah moved to the UAE and was appointed as the head of the Department of Business Administration at Al Ain University. As the head of the Business Administration program, he led a large department teaching more than 700 students. In 2017, Dr. Abdullah has been appointed as the Deputy Dean of the College of Business at Al Ain University. Dr. Abdullah research interest surrounds areas like data mining and decision support system, knowledge management, information system management, and business intelligence. Sir, we would request you to enlighten us with a few words.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to meet with you. As my colleagues, they mentioned, we as a globalization, we witnessed many new technologies during the pandemic COVID-19. Internationalization is important to our region, and here in the UAE, more than 35% of our students, they come from Asia. And because of the restrictions that we faced in the last 2 years, the mobility between the countries was an issue. And to overcome this problem, the information technology played an important role to fill the gap and to try to give our students a high quality of learning. What we need to learn from this issue is we need to make sure that we enhance our collaboration between the universities as we are doing now. We need to make sure that we can share our success stories and know how can we enhance our learning and not to miss what we learned from the pandemic. There are few groups of students, they found an opportunity through the virtual learning that they can enhance their learning and learn more while they don't need to travel abroad. I don't think that the traveling abroad will be an issue anymore. We can collaborate together and create a new narratives that we can exchange with our collaboration institutions, with the partners, with the students, and with the parents, and we convince them that regardless of the situation, we can still deliver a high quality of education and learning. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. It is an immense pleasure for us that you joined our event and bestowed us by being guest of honor. Your precious time is of great importance for us. Thank you so much, sir.
We would now like to extend a warm and heartfelt thanks to all the dignitaries. Our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. A.W. Santosh Kumar, Registrar, Sir, Dr. H.R. Vyas, and Dr. Bhavna Sharma, who is the officiating director and HOI of Amity Business School, with Dean Academics, Sir, Dr. Shrikant Charhate, Sir, Dean Research, Dr. Aparna Kharna, and Dean Student Welfare, Dr. Gautam Gowli, who are present among us virtually. I would also like to thank our guests of honor, Dr. Ying Ling Lai from Malaysia, Dr. Abdullah from UAE, Dr. S.B. Chin from United Kingdom, and Dr. Andrew Liam from Netherlands, who are again present with us virtually.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Joy Chatterjee to the podium to give us a quick recap of this third International Hybrid Conference of International Higher Education Conference, IHEC 2022. Ma'am.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I mean, just a quick recap of what we have talked about in these past 2 days. I would say that the contents are actually rich, super rich, if you ask me. And I think I have scribbled over many pieces of paper about the points that the speakers have been sharing. Essentially, I think the key point is that because all of us are coming from different countries, culturally we are different, and how an education system is run in different countries is also different, I would say. And therefore, when we try to look at the same issue, but from different perspective of their own country, of their own university, we actually find out that despite the diversity of practices, but there are also convergence of points that we have. To name a few, for example, the expectations of the students, the integrity of the examinations assessment, and how do we want to make or provide the international flavor to the students when they cannot be leaving their country, and of course, whenever possible, how best we can use or enable the technology to help us to stay connected with each other. I recall that a speaker was actually talking about a point on the diversity. We take it for granted that there are people who are having the luxury of full access to internet, their own computer. But at the same time, we are also hearing other students or other universities having students with lower income, and that they have to share resources. That refers to the IT resources, fighting with their sister or siblings when they are having online classes. And we are hearing the challenges of the staff members who have to take care, working from home, by the way, who have to take care of the family kids, while they cannot send it to the daycare center. So the diversity of the people that we have in the community has made online learning or this lockdown learning actually a lot more difficult than what we think. If it's just online, just come online, you will learn something. So that is something that we all agree that we may have overlooked the equality of access to IT infrastructure. Okay, we will also have to acknowledge that there are really serious needs of upgrades of infrastructure and upgrades of adapting to the new learning behavior. So that is something that which we think all of us, at least in the roundtable speakers on the first day, agree that we all should come together and put in a lot more empathy in terms of dealing with online learning. Though teaching and learning assessment integrity will still be an issue, but at some point there would be genuine cases. There would be also bad apples in some way. So how do we then can come in on the perspective of empathy to look at cases of students, to look at cases or situations of our academic staff, and then to provide them more support at the best possible level that we can. With the same purpose, education is supposed to be equal to everybody. So that is a bit of I would think that the most important point that I've gotten from this particular conference. And of course, today we talk about a lot of different ideas of how different universities in different countries enabling the internationalizations activities for their students. And we have also heard there are a lot more MOU or MOA being signed virtually for the reasons that they do want to engage students or provide the kind of experience to their students via their partners. So, for example, I think Dr. Chin has just shared about the sharing of resources in the conference and in the opening speech just now. Andrew also talked about, the changes of the expectations of the travelers as well as the students, and how their school are actually doing modifications to how they deliver a program which require practical skills to be delivered to the students. And of course, I think Dr. Abdallah, before the conference, we have also had some private conversations about the business model, education business model in UAE, for the reasons that UAE is a country, perhaps I would say, with a lot of immigrants or migrants, okay, coming to that regions. And when the mobility actually hit them, the restrictions of mobility hit them, they are probably the most affected one. how do they actually look at making sure the in the UAE perspective, maintaining that kind of business model without international students arriving and without any local enough local students, I would say, so this is something that again food for thought for us. Not only it may be applicable to the case of UAE right now, but essentially I think many countries in the region are actually having a birth rate issue, for example, and we know that China, India, or Indonesia are the ones with the largest populations, for example. So how can we then provide a better access to international education to people from this group, from these countries? So that is my learning, my insights that I have gained from the conference. Everybody may have different view, but at least to me, as the administrator of the university, I think that we are at the positions to be able to gather all this input and then make informed suggestions to the university on how we should reposition ourselves again by taking into considerations of all these issues that may have been overlooked by many people. Yeah, and that is what I would say about the conference. I hope that it is sufficient. I can keep on talking, by going through the details. I guess that's not the interest of today, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for providing a wonderful perspective about the two-day conference. So I would just like to add a few more points about the first global conference, roundtable conference organized by Amity Business School, Amity University, Mumbai. So the conference witnessed about 19 institutions from 12 different countries across the world. 2 days, 31st of April, 31st of March and 1st of April. 2 days of extensive discussion around before and after the pandemic, how that has transformed education. So I will take you all through a brief recap of how the event happened over the last 2 days. So on 31st of March, we started with our inaugural ceremony at 7 a.m. in the morning in this very auditorium. I would like to thank our Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. A.W. Santosh Kumar, our Registrar, Sir, Dr. H.R. Vyas, Dr. Shrikant Charhate, Sir, our Dean Academics, Dr. Gautam Gabali, Sir, our Dean Student Welfare, and our own HOI and Director, Dr. Bhavna Sharma, to bestow us with their blessings before we started with this conference. So some of the key points that Dr. A.W. Santosh Kumar, Sir, indicated to all of us were about the sudden shift that we had witnessed from an offline to an online mode, which required a paradigm change in the way student and the university operated. Preferences have evolved over time. Earlier, when there was a survey which was conducted, indicated that students were more keen on offline classes. But when the classes resumed 2 years after the lockdown, well, the preference has been completely reversed. There was a strong preference for online lectures. There has been a lot of changes that has happened in terms of jobs, shopping, our attitude at how we look at life. A lot of elements of learning, however, as Sir indicated, such as presentations, body language, vocal tone, were lost. However, that does not stop learning, and we all have been learning. It was a learning process for all the students and the faculties. Dr. Bhavna Sharma ma'am followed up with her gratitude speech, where she addressed the audience and highlighted on the importance of IHEC 22 in the context of education on a global scale. Now I will take you all through the roundtable discussions that had happened on both the days. So the first roundtable topic was repositioning higher education, overview of strategies, formulation before and after the pandemic. We had Dr. Dhiba Musa, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation at Islamic University of Maldives. Ma'am had indicated about UNESCO and findings which said that universities were unprepared for a pandemic. Ma'am indicated that the switching from an offline and online mode using internet providers and different online platforms posited a different kind of challenge for the students. For faculties, work-related stress, management, anxiety, having to work remotely, completely homeschooling children, those were new set of challenges which nobody has envisaged. Dr. Michael Lee from Taiwan, Special Advisor to the President Fu Jen Catholic University, indicated about the role that technology plays in educating future generations. Dr. A.W. Santosh Kumar Sir, our Pro Vice Chancellor, was also there in the first roundtable discussion. Sir emphasized on the importance of virtual internships and work from home internships. He indicated about teaching and learning irrespective of pandemic, and students had experienced a completely new way of learning. Sir had also mentioned about 30% of the events and activities should be still conducted in the form of online events. That can be a real value addition because we are not losing in touch with the constant development of technology. Subsequently, we had Professor Noroza Nordin, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Industry, Alumni and Community Partnerships from University Kebangsaan, Malaysia. Ma'am had indicated about a study which actually indicated about the challenges that lecturers and professors faced in remote teaching, lack of familiarity with technology, lack of peer support added to that tension. She indicated that knowledge of technology now has become a core competence that is required, and it is extremely crucial for future education. Dr. Joseph Lee, Vice Chancellor, INTI International University, Malaysia, spoke next about new ways of learning and teaching that are mandatorily to be adopted across the globe. He suggested that as educators, there is a need to balance between education and experimentation, as teaching and learning has been since decades. Now coming to Roundtable 2. The theme for Roundtable 2 had been strategies dealing with unknown and uncertainty. Dr. Jennifer Zhang from Cambridge English University, China, indicated about the importance that artificial intelligence has in language assessment. She mentioned about a new platform, Lingua Skills, which has been created to take assessments anywhere and anytime. This app is also created in a manner to ensure that auto marking is possible, that reduces substantial amount of logistics time. Remote proctoring for security and personalized feedback. These are also some of the features of Lingua Skills. After that, we had Dr. Hasfalina Cheman, professor at University Putra, Malaysia. Ma'am had indicated about UN Sustainable Development Goals and its relation to education. She has mentioned that her university is ranked 2nd in Malaysia and is now taking every step, every measure to attain the UN SDG goal on education. Moving over to Dr. Rosalie Rajikan, professor at University of Kebangsaan, Malaysia. Dr. Rosalie had indicated about a smart education environment which improves not only the quality but also the accessibility of education. She mentioned that the pandemic has actually hastened the process of technology being implemented into the education sector at a very, very detailed manner, and therefore online blended and hybrid courses have become really very important in tertiary education. We have Dr. Mohammad Sabur Khan, Chairman of Daffodil International University, Bangladesh, as the next speaker. He again highlighted the importance of sustainable development goals. He spoke about teaching in a sustainable development manner, encouraging research and sustainable development, engaging and sharing information for the purpose of networking, investing in a technological infrastructure to improve, again, the quality and accessibility of information. Then we had Dr. Shrikant Charhate, Dean Academics, Amity University, Mumbai. Sir had highlighted a very interesting point in his discussion. He mentioned that any critical situation, be it a pandemic, be it a war-like situation, can be really averted if we are being flexible in our approach and if we are quick in our decision making. Apart from this, Sir had also highlighted about how Amity had utilized technology to conduct online admission process, exams online. Then we had Professor Dr. Andrew Lim from Netherlands, who spoke about future proof of education in hospitality business. He spoke about some of the latest trends in hospitality, which included minimalism, sustainability, healthy food and beverage, and smart technology. Now, quickly coming over to roundtable number 3, which the focus was internationalization at home. We had Dr. Fung from University of Nottingham, who spoke about different legal systems and the challenges in integrating them into the education system. We had Professor Ziang Cheek from INTI International University, Faculty of Engineering, Malaysia. He also spoke about pandemic and how it has impacted each and every aspect of life. We have our own HOI, Dr. Bhavna Sharma ma'am, who spoke about Amity and how Amity has focused on providing international exposure to students through a study abroad program, through 3C program, India immersion program, highlighting the importance of cross-cultural orientation. Then Professor Piers Chow, he mentioned about the various reasons why one can choose Malaysia as a destination for students to pursue their higher studies. We had Dr. Anita Adnan from Dynamic Education and ICT Consultant Trainer from Doctoral Support Group, Malaysia, who spoke about vision and future plans for adding services like mentorship, online academy, and marketplace in doctoral support group platform. Then we had Mohammad Zaki, Chair Advancement Division, DVC's Office Development, UTM Malaysia, who spoke about internationalization of curriculum and why it is important. That brings us to the last roundtable discussion of the day. And the theme was cross-border internationalization. We had Associate Professor Zainab, Director UITM Malaysia, who spoke about how to move beyond virtual mobility. We had Dr. Chin Swee Boon, Honorary Lecturer, University of Sheffield, who spoke to us through a presentation about need of having equal and long-term partnerships. Dr. Bryony Whitmarsh, Associate Dean, University of Portsmouth, UK, who talked about equal partnership and the importance of student-centered program. We had Associate Professor Dr. Abdullah Deputy Dean, College of Business, Al Ain, Abu Dhabi campus. He spoke about the current challenges of internationalization. He spoke about how we can learn through challenges and how we have to now build on whatever we have experienced when it comes to online learning. And then finally, there was Dr. Gautam Gavli, sir, our Dean, Amity University, Mumbai, who spoke about global mobility in higher education, rapid growth, expansion of higher education. With this, we have concluded discussing the highlights about the 4 roundtable discussions that we have witnessed over the last 2 days. I would like to thank you all for being a wonderful audience.
Thank you, ma'am, for highlighting the key moments of this conference. Thank you so much.
We would now like to invite the officiating HOI and Director of Amity Business School, Amity University, Mumbai, Maharashtra, Dr. Bhavna Sharma, for a special announcement.
Thank you so much. I know that since morning 7 a.m., you all have been such a patient audience listening to all of the roundtables. So I'll just take 2 quick minutes to announce some of the important events, what we are planning up in the coming months. So I would want you all to be very excited about the Entrepreneurship Month, which we are planning to celebrate at Amity University, Maharashtra. In this, we are inaugurating Entrepreneurial Month-long celebration on 4th of April, followed by the Startup Week with the startup stalls and carnivals scheduled from 11th to 13th of April, in which the special attractions are the Wall of Wall Street, opinionators, workshops, and even some trouble games with which the budding entrepreneur will learn how they can sustain in the environment wherein they have to be more reliable on keeping up their finances. Then from 20th to 21st, we are hosting the Business Tricks, BizTricks, we call it, as an event wherein all budding entrepreneurs will learn the business tricks, what they would require for running their businesses. On 22nd April, another big global eSell summit we are planning to host in this entrepreneurial month. So stay tuned, because that would also be very exciting. And with the in-house carnival stalls, which we are planning up at the atrium. So 29th April, we will have the valedictory ceremony for it. That is related to the month-long celebration. Another announcement would like to put across. We are working on, with the permission of Pro Vice Chancellor Sir and Vice Chancellor Sir, on certain more international conferences, likewise what we did at the global front. Stay tuned, and we would be shortly sharing all the information with you all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing that information.
We would now like to invite Dr. Vineet Joshi, sir, to share his vote of thanks. And I would also like to invite Dr. Mohammad Afzal, sir, to the podium, sir.
Greetings, everyone. For last 2 days, we are attending International Higher Education Conference 2022. This is third international and first global conference organized by Amity Business School. I, Dr. Vineet Joshi, joint convener,
and Dr. Mohammad Afzal, co-convener of the conference, are here to present the vote of thanks. So at onset, we express our gratitude to His Excellency Chancellor Sir, Dr. Asim Chauhan. Your blessings will motivate us. Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir of AUM, Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma, AVSM, we cannot thank you enough for your blessing for the event. Thank you, sir. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, Dr. A.W. Santosh Kumar Sir, we need to thank sir, not only for allowing us to conduct the conference, but also for actively participating as a panel member in the conference. Thank you, sir. Registrar, Amity University, Mumbai, Dr. Hira Vyas, irrespective of his busy schedule, sir attended this event. We thank you for your presence for the event, sir. Thank you.
We thank you our collaborating universities, INTI International University, Malaysia, University of Kebangsang, Malaysia, and Islamic University of Maldives for jointly hosting the conference. We also thank all international panelists and moderators for their participation. Special thanks to today's globally acclaimed guest of honors, Dr. Abdullah, Dr. Chin, Dr. Andrew, and Dr. Lai Yan Ling. We are delighted to have all of you here for our conference and valedictory session. Thank you for your presence. Dean Academics, Dr. Shrikant Charate sir, and Dean Student Welfare, Dr. Gauli sir. We thank both of you for your presence and active participation as a panelist in the conference. Sir, your energy will help us for many more events to come. Dean Research, Dr. Aparna Khanna madam, we thank you for your continuous support for the event and always motivating us.
Our officiating director and HOI of ABS, Dr. Bhavna Sharma madam, a true leader who leads from the front, madam guided us throughout this conference, right from the inception of the idea to each minute details of the conference. Madam have also participated as a panelist in the conference. Thank you, madam. We also thank all the HOIs of various schools of Amity University, Mumbai for their presence and support. Any event of this scale cannot be successful without support of various departments. We sincerely thank Mr. Abhijit, Mr. Vikrant, IT team of Amity University, Mumbai, and Mr. Mobin, Mr. Kapil from Amity University, Noida. We also thank Mr. Chetan, Mr. Narendra for media support. Our sincere thanks to Colonel Sudeep Kumar Mehta and Mr. Ketan, along with the team of administration and logistics support. We also thank Colonel Sharanjit Singh and KK Singh sir for the supporting us throughout this event.
We take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to joint convener of the conference, Dr. Pushpendu Rakshit, co-conveners, Dr. Afzal and Dr. Joy, all faculty members of Amity Business School and support staff, Mr. Ashok, Ms. Harshada, Mr. Prakash, who have supported and worked tirelessly for this conference. Special thanks to student volunteers, creative team, anchors of the event, our event associates, and audience of the event. If we have missed anyone, sincere apology and thank you to all who have supported directly or indirectly to this conference. This pandemic has definitely taught us importance of relation and power of love in the relations. There is a tradition in Maharashtra where this Amity University, Mumbai is located, that whenever relations are established, rather than saying thank you, we remain indebted to the person. Hence, we take this opportunity to remain indebted to all of you, and we pray to God that may this debt will be forever increasing and expanding. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
We would now like to invite ABSS team Surbhi with a musical performance for the closing ceremony consisting of Aditya Mantri, Neil Mukherjee, Alina Chatterjee, Harsh Kadu, and Devarshi. On flute, Aditya Mantri.
Thank you so much.
That was a truly melodious performance. I would now request everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
अहरव तब आहवान प्रचारित सुनि तब उदार वाणी हिंदू बौद्ध सिख जैन पारसिक मुसलमान क्रिस्तानी पूरब पश्चिम आसे तव सिंहासन पासे भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात बंगा हिमाचल यमुना जल जल तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाए तव जय गाता जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता
Thank you, Team Surbhi. We would now like to extend a warm thanks to Team Surbhi of Amity Business School. On this note, let's conclude a remarkable, memorable, and knowledgeable valedictory session. On behalf of this institution, we sincerely thank the dignitaries for being with us this evening and enlightening us with their enthusiastic remarks. I shower my heartfelt gratitude to the professors and everyone of Amity Business School, Amity University, Mumbai, Maharashtra, for their wholehearted support rendered in the success of this valedictory session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a wonderful and fun-filled day ahead. With this, I, Karishma Mathur, with my co-host Parthavi Singh and our presenter for the conference, Abhiruk Ghosh, are signing off.